Carlos gestures, inviting you to speak. About the Alliance. What do you have to report? I talked to Lim. He can't control the creatures, but he can keep them in the buffer zone. How does it help us? The benefit is the same. Your neighbors will think that you're no longer defenseless, but the risk is half. Alright, we'll use the tools we have, and anyone who has a problem with it can go to hell. Trouble, croaks Tanner out of breath as he steps out from the elevator. The protectors hit the armory. You have to come quick. How did you manage to get away? I didn't. They sent me to get you. They want to talk to you. What about Garrett and his men? They're holed in inside, but I don't think they'll last long. The cannons are offline now, so they don't have a prayer. Maybe it's time to switch sides and cut a better deal. Just think about it, that's all I'm saying. The Protector's forces are on the other side of this door. Tanner said they want to talk to you, so there's a chance to handle it amicably, although you doubt that they would leave if you asked nicely. The depot was turned into a war zone. Dead bodies in the vault door thrown off the hinges paint a vivid picture of what transpired in your absence. The sounds of gunfire coming from inside the vault tell you that the fight is far from over. Amidst this carnage stands a Protector's officer, seemingly waiting for you. My name is Kobe Ray Alden, but you can call me Cobra, says the woman with the mock bow. I bring you a message of peace. No solicitors.
Mother Lily Marianne said, sad hug.
Oh, hello, Marianne. I'm sorry I didn't notice you. I was a little focused on combat, and I'm not sure why that emote got voiced out, but welcome on in, Marianne. Welcome on in. Thank you for the head pats. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Hopefully we can win this fight.
Foxy Mother
It's
Lily
looking a
Marianne
little tight.
said, you model wonky.
Hit my model's wonky. Is that better? I can't tell if it's genuinely causing it to lag or if that's just OBS being weird. Because the game is a little weird sometimes on how it interacts with us. I thought about just switching out of full screen mode. Maybe that would help, but I don't know. Sad hug, are you sad or something?
Foxy Mother Lily Marianne said,
Okay, yeah.
it better.
So I couldn't tell if that was just OBS lagging for being weird or if that was game. So thank you for informing me that it was indeed the entire thing. So we may have to switch up how the game runs here in a minute once I click back on it. Well, we'll see. And it's laggy again, isn't it? Yeah. So I don't know. No, we already are on borderless window, aren't we? So maybe we just need to lower the quality more? Because I don't know if that's just... Yeah, because see, sometimes it's okay. Like right now it's okay. But it's like, yeah, now it's not. There's not really any difference between that screen and that screen, right? Okay, let's try that. Maybe if we just do windowed instead of borderless window, it'll help. No, because now it's lagging again. Yeah, see, I don't know. The only other option we could maybe do is just lower everything to low. Maybe it is just the computer struggling on a combat screen or something. Try that. Try that right there. Okay. Because it doesn't say it's dropping frames. That's why I didn't think there was any issue. I just assumed it was OBS being weird. But if it is indeed causing things to stutter, then that's that needs to be taken care of. Okay. Can we finish this guy off? I don't know if we'll be able to make it in time to save Evans. I'm not sure I really care. We'll have to see, I suppose. We've only got 2 guys left. If we had an EMP, I probably would use it right now to get rid of those shields. This is going to look iffy.
Foxy Mother Lily Marianne said, at least I feel safe here.
That's always important, is feeling safe. Don't you ever worry about that. You are a beautiful being, and you are okay. Unlike Evans, who is probably about to die. Now the question is, do I care enough about Evans to redo this fight? I feel like we're getting close to the end game. If I just let Evans die, we can just bring in one of our other companions that are on the sideline. What's her name? The Arbiter? And be like, okay, he's dead. Oh well. Part of me is tempted to just go ahead and do that. Part of me wants to reload to make sure we have our sniper boy. Evans, you better be grateful I love you. Just like I love Marianne and all of my friends who watch me. We probably should bring like an EMP just to like maybe get that robot and maybe get rid of some of this right here. We should. How many EMPs do we even have? Who goes first? Evans. Evans is going first after Cobra. So let's see. Maybe we should bring ourselves an EMP. Get rid of something. How many EMPs do we even have? Where are our EMPs? Okay, so you see we've got 4 of them, so we can use one of them here, I think. And mainly target this guy over here so that his lieutenant, because that yellow thing next to his is he's making everybody else stronger. That's just not good. And neither is this over. Not good. Neither is this over here acting weird. Twitch, please stop being twitchy. Thank you. Over here acting weird. Okay. Oh, thank you for the flowers. Microsoft has just started something weird too that I'm not sure how to feel about either. Okay. Please and thank you. Twitchy, twitchy, twitch. Okay. Jed. Let's see, which protecting us soldier is that? That's the one over there. So Jed could also do an EMP. I don't know what effect that will have on the robot. But since we have so many EMPs, I think I may just go ahead. Because if it can completely disorient that robot at 120 health, that would probably be a good thing. I don't know how much damage an EMP does to a robot. We've never had to fight a giant robot like that before. So we'll have to see. Pulse grenade. We'll have Jed see if he can just insta-kill that fool over here. And then Faith, energy shield. Faith, you come over here. No, you can't really hide behind that, can you? Maybe I should have you more over here. Okay, and Evan, since you are apparently a little, we need you to make sure you can throw that. You can probably throw it from over here, can't you? Okay, then Uriel needs to be over here, so we can just go straight over that way. So that one guy, you can just walk up. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, maybe this time we can keep Evans alive. Okay, so it looks like that doesn't really do shit to the robot. It makes it like lose its turn, I guess, for like one turn, but it doesn't look like it actually does much to the robot. So that's slightly frustrating, but it is what it is, I suppose. We at least got rid of that one thing and got rid of that guy's shield. Would have preferred to get rid of that one, but that's okay. We can maybe do better this time, unless Uriel decides to end up dying. Yeah, you know what? I highly doubt we can kill everybody. I did put the evasion thing on Uriel, right? I did put the evasion thing on Uriel, right? Why the distortion field? Why was he hit so hard there? That's weird. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Okay, let's try this a little bit differently. We'll pull these guys back. And then we'll have Jed and Faith try to focus on the robot. I would prefer to get rid of the protections officer pretty quick, but it doesn't seem like even dropping his shield, we seem to be able to do that very well. Evans, all the way back here. Okay, let's try that again, I guess. Okay, so that one throws an EMP grenade, and that's what's screwing Uriel. Cobra's throwing an EMP grenade and disabling the. Okay, I understand what's happening now. Cobra is also doing the EMP, and that's why Uriel starts getting wrecked. So maybe we need to get. Maybe that's why. Did Evans have his shield on when he died? Maybe we need to get somebody who doesn't have as many implants to distract Cobra. To distract Cobra. Maybe somebody like Faith, so Faith gets the EMP. Because it wouldn't affect Faith as much. It would lower her shield. And, okay, I didn't realize he was throwing an EMP there. That changes things a fair bit. So Jed, you pop on back. You get your energy shield going. Faith, you come over here and you distract Cobra. Hopefully that won't end up with you getting wrecked, but maybe I should do Evans. Evans, how many? You have a motor and a spinal. Actually, I may do Evans. He has more health. No, not Evans. Not Evans, Jed. Jed was the one I was thinking of. Because Jed is the more tanky boy. And he has... Okay, he does have a few... That would get rid. I don't know if he could survive it. But if I was going to lose anybody, I would be the most comfortable with losing Jed. Because Faith is our tech monkey. She's our tech monkey. So we'll pull that back like so. And we'll move Jed over a little bit more to make sure he, when Cobra EMPs him, doesn't interfere. Okay. So maybe that'll work out. Maybe that'll do it. Yeah, there we go.
Foxy Mother Lily Marianne said, Here, have a piece of my baguette.
Oh, thank you very much. Nom 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 nom. Baguette, baguette, baguette. I get the baguette. You let me get the baguette.
Foxy Mother Lily Marianne said, by the way, why are you in slow chat mode?
I just find it easier, I think, to make sure everybody gets heard properly. You want to make sure everybody gets their voice heard. Not that we seem to have too much of a problem with that, with, not having too many people yet, but I feel like it's a good idea for future implementation.
Foxy Mother Lily Marianne said, tasty cookies, here, have some.
Ooh, cookies too? They're just determined to feed me a day, huh? I absolutely love cookies. Thank you very much. I should have equipped the EMPs just in case I did want to use them. Because these guys have so many shields and evacuation protocols. And now Uriel's down as well. I don't think I can finish this. There are too many of them. I mean, I'm going to keep trying, just maybe I can do this, but now most of these are so physical. They're ganging up on, and see, if that guy's shield wasn't there, that would have been hitting him a lot harder. Yeah, I don't think we'll need to make sure he equip EMPs. At the very least. But the idea for having Jed up here to detract the EMP was definitely a good thing. That was definitely a good idea. So we'll have Faith back here again with this. But we'll make sure she has a EMP. So we can throw it in case, like, we get into that one situation where Uriel dies and everybody's surrounding him, and we can just throw an EMP and wreck all their devices or something. Okay. Because yeah, that was kind of bad. Let's see. Evans. Energy shield. We should probably have you in a position to try to shoot him. Because we really need to get him out of the way with his upgrading people. Uriel over here, you were doing pretty good, Uriel. I just asked that maybe you do a better job of reacting attack. That would be appreciated, honestly. Okay. I'll go ahead and give Evans an EMP too, just in case. I wonder if these guys would be weak to poison. Maybe we can use some of our poison grenades. It feels like every time I want to use a poison grenade, they're impervious to it. I'm gonna go ahead and equip one on Evans just in case. Maybe we can make it work this time. Okay, let's try this again. We'll get past this fight eventually, right?
Foxy
Probably.
Mother Lily Marianne said, "All my food emotes."
Oh, so many food emotes. Good food is good. There's no doubt about that. Good food is good. Okay. Yeah, so he's got toxic resistance 50. Okay, so maybe it could work on some of these. Can I not? Maybe if I can...
Foxy Mother Lily Marianne said, "Sadly, I gotta go."
That's perfectly fine. You stay safe, friend. You stay safe and you eat all those nummy foods. Okay, they've got extremely high resistance, so no, that won't work. Yeah, you make sure to stay safe. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for the cookie and the baguette. There we go. We managed it that time. It was just a matter of getting the right stats, and just a matter of doing it right. That's the combat reputation of Psychopath and Frontal Assault 3, so hoorah. About time you showed up, says Garrett, emerging from the vault. What happened? Exactly what it looks like. They hit us hard and fast, so we had to fall back to slow them down. What do we do now? We get the hell out of here. The sooner, the better. Here's the code for the elevator. Hansen turned the habitat upside down to find it. Okie dokie, friend. Let's do this. Do we get to loot the bodies? No, I guess not. Oh, yeah, we do. Okay. Let's see if the bodies had anything good on them. A whole bunch of extracts we can get the biotech from. Although, really, at this point, do we still need it? I don't think we really do. But it is what it is. Oh, look at that. A battery thing that we can use for, what's his name? Romeo. That's nice. Okay, loot all that. Inventory. Let's see if any of it was stuff we hadn't seen before. Okay, yeah, we get a new heavy power cell. That means we can use Romeo a bit more. 1, 2, 2. Not really. No, we do need the 2 battery, don't we? Isn't there somebody with... No, we're pretty good on battery actually, apparently. Okay. Okay. Matter converter, okay. So what exactly... Okay, we did get a 2 there. Is there anybody... Yeah, he needs a 2. So we actually do need the Submitter Mark II, it looks like. We'll give that to Faith. That'll make her shield health up and shield DR up, which is good. Now we've got 2, 3, 3 on her. Jed's the weakest at 1, 2, 3, but kind of surprised all of our batteries are 3. I didn't realize we had all Mark III power cells in here. That's interesting. Except for Evans. He has a Mark II, but that's okay. Okay, so 1, 1, 2. So the weakest one, the only one not added to is Jed's emitter. That's the only one not added to right now. Yeah, okay. So we got a spiked mace, but I do believe you already have a spiked mace. We got some combat leg armor, riot leg armor. Don't know how that measures up. Doesn't look like it does, because that's upgraded riot armor, right? We've already got a recon helmet. That's a submachine gun, which we don't really use. That's full armor, so that replaces the coat, which we don't want. Does everybody have a recon helmet? Maybe. So what's the difference between combat and riot? We got 2 more projectile. Okay, so it's just a difference. 12, 11, or 10, or 10, 10, 13. Combat leg armor is a bit more spread out. It's not all about the melee. It's got a bit more in the projectile energy, so I may switch that out. I think I will switch that out. Make it a bit more even on our protection there. Because he's got the upgraded riot leg armor, which is a lot better. And he's got the riot leg armor as well. And the recon helmet. Okay. So we're doing pretty good. So we'll auto sort. There we go. Looks good. I don't think there's anybody else because it pulls the loot when we loot, so. Okay, now we need to go enter the code, I guess. But I think we also need to use the medical machine. I think we've got a ship we can use, maybe. Upgrade implants. Maybe. Maybe not. Yeah. Painkiller +1 regen. There we go. And that was on Jed. Very good. Let's go over here and check on Romeo. Romeo, is there anything we can do with you right now? Can we upgrade you any armor? We still don't have the Computer's 9. Oh, no, we do. We do have the Computer's 9. Shielded heavy armor. There we go. Make Romeo even better. Targeting. But we don't have Electronics 9 is what we don't have. We certainly don't have Electronics 10. Charge from the station and the looted power cell. Give him 34%. I don't think there's any new weapons, right? It's just an energy cannon or a grenade launcher. I'll stick to the energy cannon. Okay, so now we need to enter the code, I guess, for the elevator code. Swipe the card. No. Journal screen. Enter the code in the terminal. Oh, this terminal, this code over here. Wait, silly. Don't. Come on now. The machine seems to loom over you now that you understand its purpose, and what the others will do to prevent its activation. What you had once thought of as nothing but a ticket to a better life will decide the fate of every person on the ship. Perhaps not for the better. Give me a second to refresh this page over here. Nope. Okay. Okay, nope. Okay. Activate the elevator. The terminal demands a 12-digit passcode to confirm the order. Must be your lucky day. You enter the code and the elevator slowly goes up. It's a floaty float. Very cool. So now we've got to deliver the machine. Okay, so what, we just walk forward with the machine or something? Whenever you're ready, I'm ready. What do we have to do? I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm ready. Are you ready? Where do we go? Oh, over here. Leave the area. Maybe, no. Oh, interact with the machine. Derp. Of course we have to interact with the machine to deliver it, that makes sense. The machine is hovering above the railway, awaiting further command. You know what? Let's take Romeo with us. It'll drain 20 of his battery, but this feels like a time when we need Romeo. We're doing something big here. So let's go. You reach hydroponics without much trouble. The machine follows the ancient railway, never veering more than a few inches from it. A small crowd gathers to see the machine, the Grangers and their new allies. So this is what it's all about, says Carlos, staring at the machine. Lemuel gives you a quick nod. Two frogs sitting next to him. We cleared the tracks all the way to the habitat, even moved the derelict trains away. You're safe here, at least for now, but beyond our walls you're on your own. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you. The machine is hovering. Travel to the red zone. The journey to the red zone is equally uneventful. You start thinking that this was easy when one of the Grangers waves for you to stop. Trouble up ahead, says the man, pointing at the exit tunnel. What kind of trouble? Men in the tunnel. Armed. I didn't want to get too close, so that's all I can tell you, says the scout. They're well within the range of our broadcasters, says another Granger. We can send a few frogs and creepers to clear the way for you. Would you do that? How would I do that if I wanted you to do that? Send them forward? Driven by the subliminal broadcasters, the creatures rush into the darkness. Shortly after, the sounds of distant gunfire erupt and slowly die down. Can you spare a couple of gunners for escort? We gave you all the help we could. The rest is up to you. And we don't have enough streetwise to persuade them, so... Then I guess I will have to deputize you and send you first into the tunnel. Fight well, my friend. Like hell you will. Oh well. Oh well. The machine detects movement and stops. You see shadowy figures in the darkness up ahead. Only 3 men remain, standing motionless amidst the carnage. No, not men. Monks. Azrael's eyes glow at you as you access the damage done by Lim's pets. The cyborgs have taken some beating, but they're largely intact. Hopefully not for long. Oh no, and now we've got to fight Azrael. Oh, we almost got Tal out. Look at that. Delta 9 got pretty damaged, so good thing we did that. Okay, let's do this.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
The fight's over. Azrael is dead, or as dead as a cyborg can be, and the way forward is clear. Very good, we killed Azrael. It cost us Garrett and a soldier, but that's okay. The fight's over. The last attempt to stop you failed, and the way forward is clear. It is done. You delivered the newly assembled life support machine to the Brotherhood of Liberty, despite the protectors of the mission and the monks' attempts to stop you. The final component is at the ECLSS, so that's where you're heading next. The liberation of the ship is finally at hand, declares Hanson. Your name will be added to the long list of heroes who dedicated their lives to the sacred purpose. There's no greater honor. The machine still needs a molecular synthesizer. I don't think this is going to be a problem. While the machine was on its way here, we've secured the maintenance deck and sealed all access to it. Now whatever the monks need, they will have to go through us. No contact with the enemy, no opportunity for mischief. Let them stew in it. If they're as smart as they think they are, they'll figure it out. If not, we'll help them. About my payment? Don't worry, you'll be well taken care of when we're victorious. Our case is your case now, is it not? What do you want me to do in the meantime? As you know, we've extended an olive branch to the protectors, but they spurned our offer. Now they only have themselves to blame for what's coming. The pit worries me though. They aren't against us, but they aren't with us either. We should try to reach out to them one last time, should we not? Absolutely. I knew I could count on you. Talk to Captain Anders first. He's down there now, but seems he ran into some kind of problems. Nothing you can't handle, smiles Hanson. I'll depart immediately. I'll wait for you at the way station bar about the rooftop. I thought you died, bruh. But okay. Oh, and we got a feat we can add. What feat do we want? You know what? Let's just go ahead and go with Tough Bastard. That sounds like a good one. Kind of want one that'll up our AP though. Maybe I should do Warrior. You know what? Let's just do Warrior. That sounds good. Any other feats? Yeah, Faith has a feat. Okay. I kinda am thinking maybe one more implant, so we can give her like some. Maybe the skin one? Yeah, that sounds good. We'll go ahead and give her an implant. If we even can. Okay, so let's travel to the pit and talk about, oh yeah, we can't do the map on this screen for some reason. We have to exit the building first and then go to the screen. That's okay, we can do that. I really need you to stop being weird, friend. That would be appreciated. Okay, anyway, let's travel to the pit. Let's travel to the pit. Make a pit stop in the pit. Although first I think, can we even go to the med bay, or like what's it mean by go to the pit? I was told to expect you, Andrew says curtly. What's the situation? It's bad enough that the locals hate us, but now the protectors are here too, playing the liberators. If you ask me, we shouldn't even be here. Can we beat them? Not without reinforcements. I don't think Braxton's regulators will give us much trouble, but the protectors are another matter. Well, I'll talk to Braxton, okay? I can't even open the map right now, okay. Braxton? Embrace the Brotherhood, my friend. The gate is closed shut. Judging by 24 rifles trained on you, the townsfolk are ready for the worst. That you, Uriel? Hell of a time to come back. I need to talk to Braxton. Braxton's in the Fallen Heroes right now. Hold on, we'll take you to him. What brings you here, Uriel? Braxton asks cautiously, unsure if you're a friend or foe or something in between. The time has come to pick a side. I'm here to help you make the right choice. Let me guess, the Brotherhood is the best and only choice. I was just discussing the situation with Captain Buford. Braxton points at the Protector's officer next to him. I see you wasted no time asking the Protectors for help. Didn't take you for a mutineer, Uriel. Guess I was wrong, Buford says with contempt. There's no need for this, says Braxton. You know better than anyone that we consider the Protectors our friends and allies. You know why the Protectors are here. Hardly a mystery, is it? They want the pit, same as you. Except the Brotherhood is holding all the cards now. Trying to scare me with a machine that doesn't work, are you? Trying to talk some sense into you. The pit won't stay independent for long. Sooner or later you'll have to pick sides. If you come to threaten us, you wasted your trip. We'll fight to the last man if we have to. Do you speak for everyone in this town? Do they all prefer to die fighting, or you didn't bother asking them? They don't want you. They didn't want you back then. They sure as hell don't want you now. This conversation goes nowhere. Where do we stand, Braxton? As the mayor of the pit, I have to continue Jonas's legacy and keep the town free and independent. I think it is in everyone's best interest, says Braxton, glancing at Buford. I'll give you some time to think about it. What did Braxton say? He's thinking about it. I think the bastard's playing us against the Protectors, but if you push him too hard, he would probably side with them. Good luck with that. What do you want now? Last chance, Braxton. If I leave empty-handed, the Brotherhood will attack. They don't have a choice. We fought the Brotherhood before and won. They never learn, do they? If we win, you're out. If we lose, the Protectors will take what's left and cast you aside just as fast. So I should hand the town over to the Brotherhood instead. I'm offering you the peace of mind. The Brotherhood will keep the town safe while you run the day-to-day stuff. All I can offer you is my loyalty, but not my town. I didn't fight Jonas and his thugs just to hand the town over. You're choosing war. Save your threats for someone who cares, Buford says dismissively. How did it go? Braxton refused. So now we fight. I'll get the troops ready. I will return to the habitat and inform Hanson. Tell him we'll do our best, but we won't take the town without reinforcements. Okay, return to Hanson, which we do by going over here and talking to the guard, I believe. Name, Uriel. You're cleared for an hour. Okay. Hanson. How did it go? About the pit. Have we taken the town? Our forces have engaged the enemy. Captain Anders requests reinforcements. And where am I supposed to pull these reinforcements from? We can't leave our city undefended. The Protectors are waiting for it. We can't pull the troops from the maintenance deck either. I'm afraid the machine is the only way to drive the Protectors out, and without them, the pit will fold like a plastic chair. What should I do then? Let's finish this business with the monks. Either they hand over the missing part, or we'll have to take it by force. Talk some sense into Ava. I know you can do it. Okie dokie, I will see what I can do about Ava, I suppose. And that's in mission control. Maintenance deck. Maintenance deck. Yeah, that's a maintenance deck, right? In your absence, the Brotherhood has taken over the maintenance deck, aiming to isolate the monks and prevent them from forming any alliance with the Protectors or the Church. Find the commanding officer. Is that you? If you're here to fight, you missed all the excitement. This entire deck has been liberated from the oppressors. You're now breathing free air, comrade. I'm here to talk to Ava. Talking won't do much good, if you ask me. The bastards aren't even human anymore. State your business, says Ava. If the siege outside bothers her, she doesn't show it. We need a molecular synthesizer. We have 4 working synthesizers, down from 10 at the start of the voyage. If I were to give you one, our capabilities will be diminished. The Brotherhood needs it more. She nods as that's the answer she expected. I have a task for you. Do it, and I will give you one of our synthesizers. What's the task? Zeta reported that there's a locked elevator in the armory. Her attempts to force it have failed. We've identified 3 possible access codes. Write them down. Can't one of your people do it? We lost several operatives trying to stop a life support machine from falling into the wrong hands, says Ava, her eyes fixed on you. But we don't want to take further risk at this time. But I'm disposable, is that it? Disposable and recyclable. Alright, I'll do it. Instead, I will meet you there. Okay then. So now we gotta travel to the armory. We're doing a lot of traveling all of a sudden. That's okay. We know where we're going. It's fast travel. It's all good. You return to the Armory Depot 2, back to where it all started. Now you have to finish it. Find Zeta. Zeta? Zeta Maretta? How you doing, Romeo? 14% power. Okay, where is Zeta? Zeta! Zeta 4. Didn't I kill you? I thought I killed you. Are you ready? Zeta asks casually. If she's surprised to see you, she doesn't show it. What's down there? Emergency access to the bridge. At least that's what Ava thinks. What do you mean? They wouldn't have sealed the bridge if there was no way to get there later. We looked everywhere over the decades, but this depot was locked until recently. Enter the code. The elevator slowly opens, inviting you in. Alright, let's go ahead and take Romeo with us. It'll be pretty much the last time we can take Romeo with us, unless we find another battery, but the elevator takes you down to the maintenance tunnel, stretching for miles. Nothing but dust and stale air. Okay. Doesn't look like there's really anything to interact with except for over here, so we'll just go over here. After a long hike, you see the familiar fungus up ahead. You must be under hydroponics now. Oh, and that apparently poisoned us, so that's just nice. Let's see. Just keep going, I guess. Not really a whole lot to interact with. We'll just keep going. The noise of machinery gradually increases, along with the accompanying heat, until the floor is vibrating under your feet. You must be under the ECLSS now. Can we go ahead and heal our people up since we took some poison? Yeah, okay. That was slightly annoying, but we've got 291 health packs, so it doesn't really matter. And there's only one way forward, so we'll just keep traveling. The bridge should be up ahead. Best to get ready. I'm about as ready as I'm going to be, I think, unless we can upgrade Romeo some more over here, looks like. Targeting, we don't have electronics 9 or 10, but we can charge it, so that's pretty cool. We probably don't have any other weapons available, so yeah. Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go. Detecting an intruder, an ancient combat robot wakes up from its long slumber. 2 turrets pop up from the floor, joining the party. There's a maintenance ladder on the left, so you can take a temporary refuge there. Initiative bonus. Just go rawr. Emerging from the maintenance shaft, the first thing you see is Proxima and all. Oh shit, we actually are at Proxima. How, what, when, how, when, what? You've seen videos of Earth, but the blue planet left behind long ago never had the same effect on you as what you see now. This swirling brown planet may not look as Earth, but it will be the only home the colonists will ever know. We've arrived. About damn time, if you ask me, says Jed, a grin spreading across his face. Never thought I would be so happy to see it. Our future home. A house by a river. They do have rivers down there, don't they? Only one way to find out. This is it. The end of our journey. Took it long enough. Better late than never, my father used to say. We're here now, and that's all that matters. Let's take a look around. It's all right here, it was right here all along, yet nobody knew. The bridge was sealed. Fucking bastards. The ship authority. If they didn't seal the bridge, it's in the past now. Doesn't make it any easier. Zeta is staring at the planet below, her expression perfectly neutral. How long did you know? We did not know. This outcome was likely, but not the only possibility. But you knew about the maintenance tunnel. The access point was sealed off until you deactivated the security system. Where did you get the access card? Tanner found it. Tanner, she says, and you detect the merest hint of distaste in her monotone voice. A man with the intelligence of a rat. Call it human ingenuity. What's going to happen now? Ask Ava. She is on her way. Do you think we have a chance? I mean, on the surface? A chance, yes. As if confused what you're really asking. The current probability for mission success stands at 7.8%. The original calculation when the Starfarer departed Earth was 82%. Why is it so low now? Low? You're lucky it's not 1%, considering the state the ship's in, but if we take our time to prepare, we can increase it to 15 or even 20%. Explore the bridge. Yep, we're pretty much getting towards the end game, but that's not the end of the game because there are multiple endings. So we'll see how we go. We say, okay, I'll give him educate. Actually, screw it. I don't know if we'll have any more fights after this, but we'll see. Okay, so we'll go ahead and save here. Save, and we'll make a save called endings, at least as many endings as we can get on this thingy. So, let's see. We can access the central computer. We can return to the maintenance depot. We can examine the console over here. The walkway's gone, the terminal controlling it damaged beyond repair. The door at the other end of the bridge is sealed shut to ensure that nobody would be able to reach it. Okay, so that's where they sealed it shut. So the only thing we can really access is the central computer. As you log into the central computer, you are flooded with centuries of virtually incomprehensible data about Proxima Centauri, all transmitted to the ship by the network of ancient deep space probes still orbiting the planet. Even with centuries of your own, you wouldn't be able to parse, let alone understand, everything that the probes have uploaded. Still, you can try to scan the reports and learn what you can. A large metal sphere fills up the screen, rotating with incremental slowness. A rectangular header informs you that it's an Outrider class probe carrying 12 survey drones controlled by distributed AI. The drones are long gone and the AI has been severely degraded as well, but thankfully the reports it collected are still intact. Digital mountains of data wait at your fingertips, spanning geological, meteorological, geochemical, mineralogical, and even anthropological studies. The AI made good use of its time, and now some lucky soul finally gets to read through it all. Or not. Proxima b appears on the screen in all its arid glory. A linked habitability study tells you that this world is no Eden, but a savage land to be tamed by savage settlers. An outdated map of indigenous settlements suggests the planet is sparsely populated, probably because of the hostile conditions. With plenty of land for newcomers, there's hope that humans may settle here without too much bloodshed. The landing zone has already been selected, the result of hundreds of different scenarios evaluated and discarded. According to the now defunct AI, this is the colony's best hope for success. Or it would have been had we not lost most of our manpower, technology, and know-how during the voyage. Still, the zone is undeniably a beauty, rich in resources, a flash of green that promises water close underground, and there, in spitting distance, a native town with its lanky inhabitants staring up at a distant camera. The dawn has finally come, and you are the first to see it. A choppy and oddly angled recording shows you a skinny, long-limbed anthropoid with an elongated skull dressed in something approximating a toga. Wide-set eyes on a flat, inexpressive face gaze impassively at you from the screen. In his knobbly three-fingered hand he holds a strange staff, perhaps a mark of his rank or station. This handsome fellow is undoubtedly an upward-walking biped, but nobody would mistake him for a human. There's a note there. The AI flagged a previously uncatalogued phenomenon, something about unusual energy waves. A drone flying over one of the indigenous settlements detected inexplicably harmonic waves of uncertain origin. The AI requested a spectroscopic scan, sending the drone on another flyby. Unfortunately, the drone suffered an unknown malfunction and crashed, right after recording an energy spike with the same resonant wavelength. The AI filed an incident report stating that there's a connection between the mysterious energy waves and the great desert stones that shade the natives' towns. While its analysis was inconclusive, the AI categorized the phenomenon as psionic amplification, probability 67%. Could this be Proxima's true gift to her children? The gift denied to the more industrious children of Earth, whose tool-making skills drove them to dominate their environment and eventually the entire planet. The people of Proxima wouldn't need sharpened stones to hunt and cut if they can do it with a mere thought. There is a time-lapse recording taken from orbit. A swarm of tiny dots representing tribal migration crawl everywhere like ants, occasionally blinking out of existence to be replaced by new generations. The view changes to show scattered clusters of rock formations, which offer the only shade and access to resources in the endless desert. Migration patterns shift as the inhabitants congregate around these formations. Their camps grow into settlements as they give up their nomadic ways, digging underground to escape the oppressive heat of the surface. To your eye, the resulting towns look more like primitive dig sites than a living civilization. Oh, look at that. Our package has been delivered, friends. I must go secure my package. BRB.
Mr. Jin said, "Ooh."
Hello, Misty. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Pardon me while I was out getting my package. I don't know if you know HelloFresh, but HelloFresh is a wonderful service that gives you fantastic fresh meals weekly. Okay, suddenly the camera zooms in on one of the settlements, revealing every detail. The reason the AI chose to focus here is plain. A monolith raised by the natives is inscribed with the image of a new, strange moon that appeared in the sky one day. Looks like the ship's arrival hasn't gone unnoticed. In the final stage of the visual survey, the settlement grows into a town, several concentric walls marking its steady expansion. The rocky spires are chiseled into hexagonal shapes, leaning over the town at odd angles. An appended note conservatively estimates the population at 12,000. The planet-wide estimate is 2.1 million as of the last report, nearly a century ago, so at least 3 million inhabitants now. If they stand together, the Terrans are doomed. With your attention on the screen, you almost missed it. A small port with faded letters spelling bridge officer circling it. This is it, your time to shine. The bridge
Stream
fades away
Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
as unfiltered data flows into your brain, overwhelming your senses. It's like looking at a multitude of screens merged into one. You see a three-dimensional map of a ship with a data overlay, endless alerts that waited to be brought to someone's attention for centuries. The ship itself, the battered hull, breached in several places, decks that were sealed automatically,
Stream
the list of
Elements
casualties,
said,
damage, and radiation
"Stay moist, my
reports,
friends. Hydrate."
and everything else the central computer thinks you need to know. Your mind is untrained, and your first attempts to navigate this interface fail, leaving you dizzy and disoriented. You stumble in the dark for hours trying to do what an experienced bridge officer could do intuitively in seconds, and eventually reach your destination. Landing the ship is a relatively simple affair, mainly because your role here is that of a living authenticator. Given an order, and the ship will do what it had done countless times in the past when it was still a cargo hauler. It will detach the cargo holds, engage their thrusters, and guide them remotely on a one-way trip to the surface. The ship itself will remain in orbit, a temporary satellite providing much-needed support to the future colony. There's only one problem. The engines need to be shut down. As you struggle to stay focused, you stumble upon another command, emergency recall. Emergency recall? The cargo hauler in distress can be recalled home if no bridge officer is available to give orders. What that means is that even an untrained officer like you can send the ship back to Earth. While exploring other emergency protocols, you stumble upon the already familiar lander from Mission Control. Get more info on the lander. More than a simple ferry, this lander is a mobile command center with its own power generator and a life support system designed to keep 20 colonists going for up to 90 days. A small crew could probably last 6 months or more. Faith, can you please activate the lander's controls? The lander is ready for launch. Alright, let's go to mission control. Check the lander status. I don't know what beat we want. Probably should get a reload actually, shouldn't we? Quick fingers. No, it probably wouldn't matter. Max implant. Not that we have any chance to implant, but you know what? Should I implant? Protectors is at negative 19. Man, we really pissed the protectors off, didn't we? Okay, so how do I travel back to mission control? Secure the bridge, Ava commands, and several heavier and heavily armored monks step forward. Why? What's going on? That's a trade-off. You get the synthesizer, we get the bridge. One of the monks passes you a heavy metallic cylinder. Now you finally got everything you need to assemble the machine. Did you know the ship had arrived at Proxima long ago? That we've been in orbit for years? I suspected. Now I know. This changes everything. It changes nothing, the cyborg says flatly. We cannot land the ship right now. Why not? Because this isn't the end of our journey. As difficult as everyone finds ship life, the first months and years on Proxima will be much harder. Can you breathe their air, drink their water, digest their food? What about unknown viruses and bacteria? Then there's the native population to consider. We don't know if the natives are hostile or not. The odds of the natives welcoming us with open arms are very low. We won't be able to fend them off while fighting each other. Maybe that's what we need. That's what we need to unite. Are you willing to bet the fate of the colony on a maybe? Then what do you propose? We'll repair the remaining shuttles and use them to scout out the surface and get the necessary samples. Then we'll run immunodiagnostics and generate vaccines for whatever seems deadliest. When the factory has been restored to its original purpose, and the colonists have been properly trained, once we are all united under one ideology, then we will be ready. Is that all? Guess I had better pack my things. We will take our time to prepare rather than rush in and be killed off by Proxima's versions of dysentery and cholera. And if the Brotherhood says no, it doesn't matter what they say. We control the bridge now, and without proper authentication, no one can initiate the landing sequence. So tell Hansen it's in his best interest that we work together, however many years it takes. What was that you said about one ideology? You must have heard the old Earth axiom, united we stand, divided we fall. We must all put our differences aside and focus on Proxima. It's our best, maybe our only chance for survival. That will never happen. Why do you think I gave you the synthesizer? Use the machine to unite the people under the Brotherhood by any means necessary. And this you may tell Hansen, he shall have our full support. What do you make of it? She isn't wrong. We can't land now. So she says, do you think we can land it ourselves? If the planet is as deadly as she thinks, then I would die a free man on Proxima to spend another day on the ship. I think we are... and we still can't do the map. Okay, that's nice. Quick travel is disabled for unknown reasons. Oh, okay, so we can just sort of go into that way now. So we can go back here. Take the lander and leave the ship to its fate. Travel to mission control. We're just going to take the lander. We're just going to leave everybody to their fate. We're just going to go on our own thing. We're just going to do our own thing, man. Another mummified corpse. The implant's too damaged, but the upgrade chip might be salvageable. Okay, don't know what the purpose of having a bridge officer chip here is, but sure. The terminal comes to life when you touch it. All systems are go. Ready to launch. You coming? I'd rather die a free man on Proxima than spend another day on the ship. Good to have you with me, Jed. I'll tag along too. Nothing's holding me here, that's for sure. I knew I could count on you. It's my only chance to see Proxima. Welcome aboard. Let's go then. And we'll initiate the launch sequence and we just go on our own. The lander hurtles through the atmosphere, shaking, groaning, threatening to fall apart around you. The last two sputtering thrusters are on the verge of failure when, somehow, the lander strikes ground. She hits hard and will never fly again, but the passengers and cargo are luckily unharmed. The onboard computer wastes no time in establishing a link with the ship and transmitting every bit of data it can gather. Responding to a request for water and/or extractors, the ship jettisons the cargo hold that contains the factory, causing widespread panic in the process and sends it down to the surface. None of this is as holy or dignified as the founding fathers imagined it, but it will have to do. You won a foothold on Proxima Centauri, and a manifest destiny lies once more before the human race. and so the ship remains in orbit over Proxima for the time being, every detail of its operation now under the monks' ever-watchful eye. With their tacit consent, the Brotherhood of Liberty brutally subdues their rivals, proving in short order that whoever controls life supports controls the ship. In a generation or two, even the memory of the other factions will have faded into oblivions, as everyone serves a new mandate: liberate the natives from the chains of feudalism and bring true equality to Proxima. The much-feared war for the habitat is over before it begins. God damn it. Internet Explorer, if you don't sort your shit out, I'm going to break you. Oxygen-starved into submission, the Brotherhood's rivals kneel to the future Emperor of the Alpha Centauri system, bringing the century-old divide to a decisive conclusion. The enemy top leadership is put on trial for crimes against liberty, while lesser officers offered commuted sentences and a chance to prove their loyalty to the new empire. In a triumph of human adaptability, the losers surrender their former cruel and backward ideology and serve the new one with the same exact zeal. The war for the pit raged on much longer than anyone had predicted. Oxygen starvation forced the Brotherhood's rivals to their knees, making the pit the last true battlefield where victory could only be earned. Long after Main Street and Camptown reduces to plasma-scorched rubble, the defenders still fight with all the rage and fury of the cornered and forsaken. The pit, which once now stood for independence and grit, now will become one of Proxima's earliest last-stand legacies of courage and defiance. The factory's abrupt departure leaves the monks without an industrial base, crippling their plans to restore the old machinery and forcing them to turn their attention to the shuttle bay. The vagrants are given an hour to clear out, and a new force of amateur engineers gets to work repairing the ancient shuttles and fashioning new ones from parts and scrap. The crude new crafts have a 60% success rate, a number the monks declare within acceptable parameters. After a few months, a fleet of one-way shuttles takes an expeditionary force to the surface. Their task is to secure the factory and get it operational as quickly as possible. With great difficulty, the monks obtain soil and water samples from the surface, and the work to adapt Terran crops for Proxima begins in earnest. Hydroponics is completely rebuilt and sealed off to avoid contamination, making it one of the most secure areas of the ship. The Red Zone is once again an evolutionary testing ground, the old designs revived, then tweaked in regular cycles for the struggles ahead. Proxima's desert is crawling with life, hostile life that will consume anything straying past the outer perimeter, unless we destroy it first. In the Yellow Zone, the Grangers are working tirelessly, growing seedlings, training symbiotic fungi, and dispatching them to their new home on the surface. Early reports haven't been encouraging, but the monks are untroubled. For them, there is plenty of time, and the work will get done eventually. Leaving the engineers in the heart behind, the Great Mother and her retinue of daughters and enforcers board several specially designated shuttles. For several days thereafter, supplies are ferried to a secret location, leading to speculation that the monks are establishing a secondary base. The mutants' destination and fate remain unknown. And that was the if we left, just left, we just left in the lander ending. So yeah, we just left. We just left them more. Um. All right, let's try shutting down the engines. Are you certain the consequences of dumping the cargo holds an unprepared colonist on Proxima might be disastrous? I'm certain. Authentication confirmed. Please stand by. No response from the engine room. Looks like you'll have to go there and do it the old-fashioned way. Alright, looks like we'll have to go and do it the old-fashioned that way. That's okay. We'll try landing this ship now. Alright, and Ava will probably be like, nope. What's going on? Did you know the ship had arrived? It's changed everything. Why not? We don't know if they're hostile. We need to unite. What do you propose? I think she's full of shit. Maybe we would have to talk the mutants down. Let's go see the mutants. Alright, let's go travel to the heart. See if we can figure out how to get the mutants to, I mean, we've got the thingy now, right? You know? We're here on Proxima, guys. You have to shut down the engines, travel to the heart of the ship. I thought I told you never to return, says the former First Daughter, now the Great Mother to all mutants. The ship had arrived long ago. It's been orbiting Proxima for years, if not decades. I've heard this one before, says the Great Mother, unimpressed. You can come with me to the bridge and see for yourself. The bridge, asks the Great Mother, looking for the signs of deception and finding none. It's true then. When do we land? We don't, that's the problem. She isn't wrong, this Ava. And yet, and yet there's more to her refusal to land the ship or offer a realistic timetable. The monks will become obsolete the moment we land, so they will delay it for as long as they can. The question is, why are here
Mr.
telling
J
me...
said, whoa.
Whoa, hello. Hello, Misty. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Welcome on in. I want you to shut down the engines. Because you convinced yourself that we must land the ship right away? Preparation be damned. I think not. Okay, so I can't land the ship. Because we don't have enough streetwise or persuasion to land the ship. Do you think the monks would ever let your people off the ship? Like, you're not the time to act now. But yeah, so we need like streetwise 9, persuasion 8 to get this thing. So yeah, we cannot convince them to land the ship. So that would have to be on like a run where we are specifically trying to be a talker and not a fighter. What's happening, Uriel? Why is everyone so on edge? The war is coming. They all know that. What about the machine? Did you get the last part? On my way to deliver it. I knew you could do it. We split 50-50, right? Right. Sure. If you say so. Can we go to the med bay? I kind of want to go to the med bay. And, oh, medical machine. Here we go. So we can install some more implants on Evans and stuff. I don't know if we'll have to, because I don't know if we're going to have any more fights, but I want to install one just to install one. No, that's... Gosh darn it. Come on. Install implants on Evans. Okay, Evans can't handle that. Jed? Faith? Okay, we can do subdermal armor. Okay, and then we can upgrade the armor. Maybe. No, maybe not. Okay. So let's go report to Hansen. Where is Hansen? I'm guessing he's over here. Why we can't access the map, I don't know. Okay, let's go see Hansen. Hansen, did you get the synthesizer? I did, but the situation has changed. We've arrived? No wonder the monks gave you the synthesizer so easily. We get the habitat, they get the ship. Fucking bastards! What are you going to do? Fulfill our mandate and liberate the ship. First from the protectors, then the church, then the monks. Taking over the habitat is no small task, even with the machine and our new friends. It'll take many months, so we aren't in a rush to land. Last thing we want is still fighting the protectors on Proxima centuries later. No, it ends now. How do I fit into these plans? I thought it would be obvious. You'll be our liaison with the monks. You'll coordinate our military campaign with them and make sure we get the support we need. They owe us that much. And so you are assigned to be Brotherhood's liaison with the House of Ecclesiastes, in charge of coordinating both the landing preparation and the war effort. Trust between the Brotherhood and the monks is in short supply, so this job will be anything but easy. This is not the future you imagined when you discovered the machine, but it will have to do for now. with the war for the habitat is over, a different subtler conflict will begin. The monks hold all the power right now, but that's bound to change when the Brotherhood takes control of the ship. But as long as you keep betting on the winner, you'll be fine. So that's an ending right there, apparently. And so the ship remains in orbit over Proxima for the time being, every detail of its operation now under the monks' ever-watchful eye. With their tacit consent, the Brotherhood of Liberty brutally subdues their rivals, proving in short order that whoever controls life support controls the ship. In a generation or two, even the memory of the other factions will have faded into oblivions as everyone serves the new mandate: liberate the natives from the chains of feudalism and bring true equality to Proxima. The much-feared war for the habitat is over before it begins. Oxygen starvation starved into submission, the Brotherhood's rivals kneel to the future emperor of the Alpha Centauri system, bringing the century-old divide to a decisive conclusion. The enemy top leadership is put on trial for crimes against liberty, so yeah, that's pretty much the same as if we had landed, it's just we're here for it now. Yeah, same with the pit. The factory is the first cargo bay to be refitted to fulfill its original purpose, a process both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The once deadly gangs and other undesirable element pressed gang into the massive workforce who would spend months on the project. Tasked with maintaining discipline and order like the ship authority of old, thy brother's keepers have now, quite literally, achieved their original purpose. It seemed an impossible goal, but then the reward, a real life outside the ship, used to be impossible as well. When the Vulcan at the heart of the module has been repaired, it becomes a symbol of hope and perseverance. For the first time in well over a century, the shipborne have something to look forward to. When the job is done, the factory's manufacturing capacity is only a third of what it used to be, but it's a damn sight better than nothing. Then one day, without ceremony or even so much as a warning klaxon, the module is sealed off and ejected from the ship, along with everyone inside. The monks have already established a base on Proxima's surface. Now they require machinery and manpower. Compliance is not optional. In Shuttle Bay is soon transformed into another major operations hub. The vagrants are given an hour to clear, so they're still forced out, even though the factory is still there. They're still forced out. That's kind of not cool. Security of the landing site, ever-growing stockpiles of prizes paramount are among the first. Okay. And then they obtain the soil samples, and yeah, so that's the same. That's the same, it looks like. So yeah, most of it's kind of the same. The main thing that's different is the factory doesn't get ejected, and we're still... Okay. So what other endings can we possibly get? We can maybe turn the ship around. I think that's about the only other ending we can get on this current run. Because we can't make the ship land. We don't have the persuasive skills to convince the mother to do it. Emergency recall. So yeah, we already did the lander. We can't shut down the engines because they won't let us. So we can send the ship back to Earth. Authentication confirmed. Setting up a new course. Please stand by. Are you certain? The chances of reaching Earth are extremely low at this point, and it's unlikely that the colonists would be welcomed back, or able to fit in, after 8 centuries of being adrift in space. The monks won't be too happy about it either. Yep, we're going back to Earth, guys. We're turning this shit around. None of you guys are worthy of going to Proxima. You're all a bunch of assholes. So we're just going back. Like parents say to their children, don't make me turn this car around. Well, I am turning this car around. The bridge will be sealed off in 20 seconds. Please vacate it immediately. What have you done? We're going home. What home? Have you lost your fucking mind? Yes, I have. I'm a mad woman and you are along for the ride. We can't land this freak show you call the ship on Proxima. This planet belongs to the natives, not us. Let them live in peace because we sure as fuck can't. Step aside, Uriel. You'll have to go through me first. You're a fucking asshole, Uriel, but I owe you. One last fight, then we go our separate ways. We're dead anyway. What difference does it make? Okay, so apparently that really pissed Ava off, and now we have to fight Ava. Okay, that's honestly fair. That is fair. I can't exactly hate the fact that you want to try to kill me now. Not going to change the fact that we're apparently turning the ship around, but you know, you can certainly try. Okay, go ahead and put Faith over here, I think. Okay, let's see how badly this fight goes. And really, we can just pull out all the stops, right? So maybe we can get an EMP. Does anybody have an EMP equipped right now? No? Maybe we can do an EMP and really... I imagine an EMP works wonders on these guys. And we do still have some EMPs left, I think. We do, don't we? I mean, they're cyborgs. Unless they are equipped with anti-EMP generators, then you know. Wait, do we not have any more EMPs? Did we use all of our Oh shit, maybe we don't have any more EMPs. I can't imagine the gas would work on them. They're cyborgs. They don't worry about gas. Well, I was hoping we could use an EMP on this fight, but apparently we can't because we don't have any. I thought we did, but apparently we don't. So, YOLO. Let's see how badly we do. Ow. Ah shit, and Zeta has an EMP, so that disabled our gadgets for 2 of our people right there. And she's already out. That's nice. That's nice. Okay, so yeah, since that one person's going to have a EMP, we're going to have to make sure to put like Jed up front here, and then put everybody else like way over here so they don't get caught in the EMP, because that's just not going to work. These guys do so much damage too, it is just not good. Not a good time. I'd really wish we had an EMP here. I didn't realize we didn't have one. That would be really the difference right here. Kind of makes me wonder if maybe we can put somebody in stasis so we have one less person to fight off. I mean, if we want to have to... This is the final thing anyways, right? So maybe I should put somebody in stasis just to have one less person to fight. Maybe put Ava in stasis. Actually, if I put them in stasis, then eventually that thingy will wear off, right? That might work. Okay, and we do have 7 stasis grenades after all, so that could work. Okay, let's try that. Okay. Maybe they'll make sure to focus on Jed for the EMP, because... Ava Miller, the last CTO of Starfarer, lies dead at your feet. You have enough time to seal the bridge and disappear. Who would notice another nameless scab down on his luck? You did what you thought was right, even if it cost you everything. With a great groan that shudders through the length of the ship, the idling engines come to life. For some it seems a sign of the end times, for others merely a mystery. But for the few who know what it means, there's only the question, where are we going? One engine fails immediately, the strain of its reawakening proving too much, but the other two hold, seemingly ready to soldier on for the long journey across the darkness between stars. And so, almost reluctantly, the ship leaves its orbit and turns back toward the distant sun. The trip home will take centuries, and none of the living will ever see Earth. They were born on the ship, and they will die on the ship, chained to a fate they didn't choose. While the monks work tirelessly trying to break into the bridge and undo what you did, the Brotherhood seizes the opportunity and storms ECLSS, rapidly overwhelming their depleted defenses. Realizing what's at stake, the Protectors and the Church launch a combined attack on the Brotherhood's enclave in the Habitat. The ensuing war is bloody and destructive, and with combat raging within their own walls, the Brotherhood cannot use the life support system against the enemy. The only remaining option is an old-fashioned sector-by-sector warfare, which favors the strongest. Not surprisingly, when the dust settles, the Protectors are the ones left standing. As the mission once reigned above all, so it will reign again, as the forefathers intended. With one engine permanently disabled and two more on the verge of shutting down, the mutants are thrown into disarray. The Great Mother declares an existential emergency and demands aid from the Habitat, but those good citizens are too busy killing each other to heed the call. When the bloodshed is finally finished, the Protectors begin delivering prisoners of war to be trained in the art of engine maintenance, but the increased radiation levels make it a futile effort. The conflict in the Habitat soon spills over in every direction. Too close to the war zone, the shuttle bay doesn't last long, its once formidable fortress reduced to heaps of slag. The factory falls soon after, but hydroponics still holds, the fungus proving to be its most potent weapon. The red zone is once again an impassable barrier, consuming all who enter it. With the Granger's blessing, it spreads to the factory, effectively sealing off a big part of the ship from the Habitat and the war. The war forces the Habitat to recall its troops from the pit, leaving its citizens shaken but free. With the factory sealed off, they have no choice but to discard whatever ambitions they once had and to ally with hydroponics, which becomes the de facto base of a new rising power. A century from now, if the ship lasts that long, the Brotherhood and Protectors will become a thing of the past, like the ship Authority before them. Different factions will fight for supremacy, and a different breed of people will roam the crumbling ship, clinging to life with the tenacity of despair. Okay, now let's load a older save, and let's go. Where's our older save? Giveaway. Let's load this one up. This time, instead of saying we'll deliver the machine to the faction we joined, the Brotherhood, we're just going to give the machine to the monks this time. Garrett, I'm sorry, but you ain't getting the machine. No, I don't want Zeta 4. What delivery? Go on, take it. It's yours. We said you could have it, and it's for the greater good. That wasn't the deal, says Garrett, his tone making it clear it's not an appeal to reason, but a warning. I changed my mind. And why is that? Garrett asked tiredly. Everything was going so well, but then you had to go and ruin it, and now he had gun work to do and a mess to clean up. It's what's best for the ship. When did you become an expert on it? When you lived hand to mouth in a fucking container, dreaming of boots without holes in them? Doesn't mean I'm wrong. Let me guess, you think that giving the machine to the monks will keep things the way they are? It won't. The protectors are gearing up for war, and the church isn't far behind. This machine is the only way to stop it by declaring the winner without firing a shot. And this winner is the Brotherhood? Who else? Would you hand the reins to a bunch of religious fanatics? A military dictatorship? The Brotherhood isn't perfect, but it's much better than any alternatives, including the monks. What if I don't see it this way? You offered the machine to Hanson, and now we have no choice but to see it through. I can't go back to Hanson and tell him you changed on your mind. Neither can they. The answer is still no. I'm sure I can't talk you sure I can't talk you out of it? His hand dangerously close to his gun. I was about to ask you the same thing. What should I tell Hanson then? That you double-crossed him and I let you walk? Tell him I did him a favor. Now he can claim he gave this machine to the monks instead of using it as a weapon. So he would look like a fool. So he would look like a man who deeply cares about everyone on the ship and loves them like his own fucking children. I don't think so. Say your prayers if you know any. I am authorized to provide lethal aid to citizens in distress. Acquiring targets. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Let's bring Romeo in this fight. I have a feeling this is going to be a bit of an annoying one too. But we do have Zeta 4 with us this time, so yeah. This is my first diplomatic mission, Zeta declares. Her head pivots slowly as she scans the carnage. I think it went well. What do we do now? As your liaison with the ECLSS, I will provide assistance until this mission is complete. If you have the matter converter, please install it now. We do indeed, we do indeed. Did I ever... I may have to... I'm going to go ahead and fix Romeo just in case we do need to upgrade him. Just in case we do need him. Yeah, that's fine. Just in case, just in case, just in case. I don't know if we'll have to have another fight or not, I don't... Okay, so we'll install the matter converter. Yep. We'll take it to the ECLSS via the railway running through hydroponics. Is it safe for travel? Not at the moment. Then you need to secure it first. I will stay here to protect the machine. Alone, Azrael is already en route. And we know what a badass he is. He's got a shotgun that just does some serious damage. So now we've got to go to hydroponics and talk to Carlos. Probably the dialogue will be the same. It's just we're giving the machine to the Brotherhood instead of... It's just, it doesn't change the fact that he needs to try guard it. Probably have to go talk to the guy with the frogs. And then go talk to what's his name in the factory. Yeah, so that's probably the same. Oh no, it's a little bit different. I could talk to the monks, see if they can spare a couple of evangelists to help you out. So that could be helpful.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Do you require further clarification? The Grangers need help to defend hydroponics. The non-interference directive prevents us from getting involved in local conflicts, except where it contradicts the primary directive, the cyborg says cryptically. What's the primary directive? To maintain life support until Starfare reaches its destination, and to protect the assets needed to fulfill this objective. So if hydroponics were to become such an asset, we would be obligated to protect it. And the Grangers? We have no interest in the Grangers' operations, only in hydroponics infrastructure. Why? The research shows promise. I will talk to the Grangers. Okay, so yeah, a little bit different there. Maybe we can get the monks. And probably the Brotherhood is going to attack us instead of the monks. So I don't know if that'll be an easier fight or not, but we'll see, I suppose. We will see. Because this time the Brotherhood is going to take over. The monks are willing to do it. They won't interfere with your businesses, as all they want is the infrastructure. Why? Probably because hydroponics has the best broadcast network on the ship. Everything else has been destroyed during the mutiny. I think we can live with that. Thank you, Uriel. We can take it from here. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, okie dokie. The air in front of you shimmers and a monk appears as the cloaking field dissipates around him. Another one joins him. Their tech appears to be a grade higher than the ancient gadgets. Can you defuse the situation? Where's Zeta? Negotiating. There are more soldiers inside the vault. What if they won't listen? Can't you handle them? As a last resort, hostile response is inadvisable at this point. We're authorized to provide assistance in the event of hostile action. I'll give it a try. The Protector's forces are on the other side of this door. Tanner said that they want to talk to you, so there's a chance to handle it amicably. So it's the Protectors that we have to fight. Approach. Okay, so we still have to fight Kobe Ray. We'll just go ahead and just attack. Okay, so this fight is the same. And this fight was a bitch, so that's nice. That's nice. Well, that's interesting. We have Tau 6 with us now, so maybe this will be a bit easier with this in. Because she's got like a cloaking device. Maybe she can come up here and shank that protections officer over there somewhere. That would be kind of nice. Well, this was a lot easier with Tau and Delta, so for future reference, guys, if you want a pretty easy fight here instead of a bit of a harder one, make sure to side with the Brotherhood, eh? Because apparently, especially this Tau with her knife, she appears to be kind of just wrecking shit. Blood-splattered Azrael emerges from the vault, followed by Zeta-4. "You couldn't handle it amicably?" asked Zeta, retracting her blades. "What do we do now?" "We have to move the machine now. The longer it stays here, the higher the chance to lose it. Here's the code for the elevator." Okie dokie. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's do this thing. Oh, wait a second. I want to make sure to upgrade power level charge. Okay, I thought I had gotten a power thingy, I guess. No, I do. I just have to loot it, dummy. You have a power thing. You just have to make sure to loot. Or do I not? Or is it in the loot back here? Oh, it's considered a different loot system. I forgot to loot these guys when I... Okay, sure. You know, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not going to try to do that, but... if I remember right, there wasn't anything really here that we needed, right? Because maybe upgrade one of the thingies, but I don't think it was much. So upgrade power level, looted power cells, give them a 34% so we can maybe make sure to use them more because we want to bring him here, right? I can't imagine this fight will be as hard as Azrael, but whatever fight we're about to have, we're probably about to have another fight. So we'll take Romeo with us just because Romeo is pretty cool, and I do like Romeo. He has his power shoddy shots. You reach hydroponic without much trouble. Small crowd gathers. This is what it's all about. We cleared the tracks to the habitat. Beyond our walls, you're on your own. Thank you, Carlos. Travel to the red zone. Travel to the red zone where we'll probably get attacked, unless we just don't. I don't know. Trouble up ahead. What kind? Men in the tunnel, armed. I didn't want to get too close, so that's all I can tell you. Azrael is ready to engage. The cyborg stares into the tunnel impassively. Okay. Sound good to me, Azrael. So we'll actually have Azrael on our side, right? Let's go to the habitat. I guess we don't get the frog option here. That's okay, because we've got Azrael, right? Machine detects movement. You see shadowy figures in the darkness. Greetings. We're here to ensure safety and escort you to the the church, huh? You don't need to ask the Holy Father for help. He provides it freely without asking for anything in return. But if he were to ask, he would never do such a thing. He would merely hope that our brothers and sisters in Ecclesiastes will remember that church was always their friend and ally. He casts a glance at Zeta. Okay, so there is no fight? He just sort of tries to brown nose a little bit? In the end, you gave the nearly assembled machine to the monks. It was the right thing to do. Not that those murderous bastards gave you a choice, but they have the final component, so it's probably for the best anyway. And they're in charge of maintaining the system already. And life support is, it's pretty important. I would like to thank you, says Ava. She doesn't sound thankful. She doesn't sound like anything at all. Might as well be a recording. We'll use this machine to improve the central life support for the good of all people. Glad I could help. You can help us still. The situation is no longer sustainable. What do you mean? After the mutiny, the Habitat was eager to help us preserve the ship. They understood the importance of our work and provided anything we asked for without hesitation. They were at war with each other, but they'd work together through us. Not anymore. They withhold vital equipment and want to use it for their own benefit. They dare to interfere and even attack. I'm not sure I can help you with that. You can deliver a warning. Further attempts to interfere will not be tolerated. The war that distracts you from your duty must stop now. They might not welcome me after what happened. Further attempts to interfere will not be tolerated, repeats the cyborg. Do you really expect them to comply? Not at first, the cyborg says cryptically. Deliver the warning. Can I get better gear at least? Talk to L. Eli, he will look after you. I'll wait for you at the way station bar up on the rooftop. Okay, Tanner. So deliver the warning to... Okay, so we need to deliver the warning to the Habitat's leaders. You can reach them through the Habitat's train stations. Just all the leaders? Like in the... I don't remember where that was. The armory? No. We had to go through the factory. Was that mission control? I genuinely don't remember where the branching thing was. The Habitat? Was it the Habitat? Or the three different guys had different buildings? Martial law is in effect. Nobody is allowed to enter or leave. I bring you a message from CTO Miller of the House of Ecclesiastes. Escort them through the chairman. He'll sort it out. There we go. It was the Habitat I was trying to find. What's he doing here? Asks Hanson, ignoring you. Uriel is our new liaison with the Habitat, says Zeta. He speaks for us now. He is wanted for crimes against the Brotherhood of Liberty, interrupts Hanson, staring at you. I bring you a message from CTO Miller. You might want to hear it. Fine, says Hanson, barely containing his anger. What's the message? Further attempts to interfere will not be tolerated. The war that distracts you from your duty must stop now. My duty? Hanson shakes his head as if to clear it. What the hell are you talking about? A shipborne's first duty is to the ship, Zeta says sternly. My duty is to freedom and liberty for all. Yours is to maintain life support. People can live without liberties. They can't live without breathable air. The monks must stay neutral. That was the deal we had with Ava's father. The Habitat ended that arrangement when it tried to use the vital life support machine as a weapon. That was your idea. You came to us, remember? So what should I tell CTO Miller? Tell her we see it as a declaration of war. We hope she'll reconsider. The only reason you're still alive? Uriel is our new liaison with the Habitat. He speaks for us now. We'll see about that. I bring you a message. What's the message? Further attempts to interfere will not be tolerated. The war that distracts you from your duty must stop now. Because Ava says so. Silas says slowly, as if to make sure he heard it right. He leans forward and fixes Zeta with a stare. A shipborne's first duty is to the ship, Zeta says sternly. We're born on the ship for one reason and one reason only, to serve the mission. Anything else is secondary. I wouldn't call life support secondary. Hard to serve the mission when you're gasping for air. Are you saying the monks are finally taking sides? Took them long enough. The monks serve only the ship, same as always. They hope you'll join them. You should have started with this. Tell her that further attempts to interfere won't be tolerated. Okay, so they're hostile too. Our sister in faith is always welcome here. Uriel is our new liaison with the Habitat. He speaks for us now. Excellent, smiles Abraham, as if that's all what he's been asking all along. I'm bearing you a message. Further attempts. You dare threaten me in the temple of our Lord. This won't do at all. A shipborne's first duty is to the ship. My duty is to serve God and look after my flock. You would do well to remember it, sister. I thought all shipborne were your flock, not just those who live in this enclave. You say you want peace, but I hear the drums of war. Those who want peace will get peace. Those who want war will get war. What do you want, Father? Peace. We've only ever wanted peace. Is that what Ava's offering, I wonder? Okay, so we at least have the monks happy, so that's something, I guess. Are the church happy? Return to Ava now. I will prepare for the next stage. What's the next stage? What comes after warning? Why did Ava send me? You could have delivered the warning yourself. It was an introduction. Next time they will take you seriously. Okay. Well, we'll return to Ava on maintenance deck. Okay, and then we'll go to the ECLSS where Ava is. Ava, we delivered the message. I delivered your warning. What did William Hanson say? There's a slight delay before she says his name, as if she's accessing the database. He sees it as a declaration of war. It's hard to read Ava's face, but she looks almost pleased. Or maybe it's just the lighting. What did Silas Ray say? He said they won't tolerate it. Throw your own words back at you. We'll see about that. Tell me about Abraham Davies. He offers support. Thank you. We'll start with the Brotherhood and monitor the results. Start what? Reduce the oxygen level by 20%, commands Ava. It takes you a moment to realize she isn't talking to you. What are you doing? We'll restore the oxygen level once they fully understand the position they're in. This will make your next task much easier. Which task? You have to shut down the pit and the shuttle bay. That's what the numbers say. If we limit the life support functions to the habitat, hydroponics, and the engine room, we can last twice as long. You can last twice as long. They won't be happy about that. Our mandate is to keep the colonists alive, not happy. What do you need me for then? A decision hasn't been made yet. The numbers say we have to move everyone to the habitat, but the numbers aren't everything. We want you to discuss the situation with them and report back. Any other options? The pit is already leaning toward the protectors. Moving there would be an easy transition for most people. Would the protectors take them? Ava nods, making it clear that from now the habitat will do as they're told. Okie dokie, so we still have to go to the pit and convince them to, just play along, or, yeah. Off to the pit, off to the pit, off to the pit, 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 pit. The pit's busier than ever. The townsfolk go about their day, unaware that they're about to be uprooted and forced to return to the habitat. Where is Zeta? Zeta? Where are you, Zeta? Do you need some time to adjust before we proceed? Let's get it over with. Go see Braxton. What brings you here, Uriel? Asks Braxton. He notices Zeta and switches his attention to her, realizing you're with her and not the other way around. Seizing the moment, Zeta steps forward and twists her face into a smile. We regret to inform you that the life support services will no longer be available in the following locations: all cargo holds, the shuttle bay, factory, and mission control. All colonists presently residing or domiciling there will be given 30 days to relocate to the habitat. Wait, what? Says Braxton as if struggling to process what he just heard. You don't mean. You can't. What about all life support services will be terminated in 30 days. Should you have any questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to contact me. Where would you like to go, Braxton? How the hell should I know? 5 minutes ago I was the mayor of this town, and now you tell me I'm a refugee waiting to be resettled. Would the habitat even want us there? You will be given proper accommodation in any part of the habitat. Any violation will be prosecuted without notice. Bewildered, Braxton looks at you for answers. The habitat doesn't have a choice either. The monks are in charge now. How the hell did it happen? Then it dawns on him, and he gives you a look of pure hatred. It had to be done. Our resources are limited, and we can't afford to waste them on this cargo hold. Do you understand what you've done, you fucking... There might be another option. What option? Asked Zeta, more surprised than Braxton. The monks are few in numbers. I think you can use some people who know their way around tech and aren't loyal to the habitat. I'll send the townsfolk to the habitat, but my regulators will be quite an asset to you. We fought the habitat before. Zeta's face freezes and she just stares unseeingly in front of her. Then she snaps out of it and says, CTO Mill would like to speak to you, Braxton. Oh, maybe we can avoid a fight here. Maybe we can get Braxton to play ball. Maybe. Loading. Return to Ava. ECOSS. Ava. Do you require further clarification about the pit? You handled it well. Your people will be taken care of. I will see to it myself. Thank you. We're expanding our operations. Employing your regulators will allow us to expand at a much faster rate. They will be given proper accommodations, training, and necessary augmentations. What do you mean by necessary? Standard implants fully upgraded. We will not turn your people into monks if that's your concern. So how is this going to work? You and Uriel have chosen to serve the ship rather than the factions inhabiting it. You will report directly to me, and your people will report to you. Your accommodations will reflect your new status. Think of it as a promotion, Mr. Braxton. What exactly will we be doing? You will deal with any security issues that might arise as we continue to expand our operations. Braxton gives her a long look, then nods. I have another task for you. Zeta reported that there is a locked elevator in the armory. Her attempts to force it have failed, so we go back to the 3 possible access codes, which is where we go to the, and there is there is one fight, isn't there? There is the, it's a fairly easy fight, though. It's with the one guys. The, 2 turrets and the thingamabobbob. And there's 2 turrets in the, machine, but that's not a hard fight. Enter the code and take the elevator down. Better take Romeo with us, just for the giggles. I think we have some EMPs maybe we can use as well. What's happening, Uriel? Why is everyone so on edge? The monks are tightening up the screws and it's about to get a whole lot worse. Luckily, we're on the right side this time. Put in a good word for me with the monks when you have a chance. Okay. Return to the habitat and inform the faction leaders. Yeah, okay, so we probably just have to go examine the gate again. Probably. Martial law is in effect. I bring a message. Escort to the chairman. What do the monks want now? More demands or more threats? The situation has changed. Spare me your bullshit and just tell me what the monks want. The ship had arrived long ago. It's been orbiting Proxima for years, if not decades. We've arrived? When do we land? That depends on you. The monks won't land the ship until the people are united under a new banner. What banner? What the hell are you talking about? The Pilgrims of Terra has a nice ring to it. No more brotherhood, protectors, church. One people united by origin, history, and purpose. This is going too far. If the monks think we'll sit idly while they plot our destruction. Triarch William Hansen has a nice ring to it too. A triarch? Are you saying Silas and Abraham are on board? Silas folded faster than a plastic chair. Abraham took some convincing. If you refuse, you would simply leave everything to them. Then why all this farce with, what was it, settlers, pilgrims? We need a new brand that would work for everyone. What did the pilgrims want? Freedom, same as you. Didn't they cross an ocean to escape some dictatorship? Do you really think my people will accept it? They will, if you present it as a historic accord, a long-awaited peace with our brothers and sisters under different flags, in return for minor concessions. The Brotherhood will never surrender. I didn't expect to see you back so soon. The situation has changed. The ship has arrived. Excellent. We've proven ourselves worthy and our trials are finally at the end. Are they? That depends on you. What banner? Pilgrims of Terra, so the devil is willing to sacrifice Gog and Magog to topple our church. That's one way of looking at it. What's the other? 3 greatest leaders of our generation overcoming their differences to work together for the sake of mankind. Silas folded. Yeah, the streetwises are just going to not be working. Begone, Satan! For it is written, worship the Lord your God and serve him only. Because we don't have any of the streetwise to persuade these people at all. Because we're not a talker, we're a fighter. You've returned. They refused, all of them. How disappointing. She turns to the monks standing respectfully behind her. Reduce the oxygen level by 30%. Let me know when they're ready to talk. What do you want me to do next? You can stay here and help us oversee the dismantling of the habitat's power structure. They will have to understand that resisting this change is not an option, and the new foundation will be the only way forward. What's the other option? You can join the first landing party and help us prepare the foundation for the future colony. It will be dangerous, so the choice is yours. I'll stay on the ship. So you stay on with the monks as one of the few unmodified human operatives, tasked with forging the fractious factions a new identity, the Pilgrims of Terra. It will be decades before this effort bears fruit, and even longer before it's complete. This is not the future you had in mind when you discovered the machine, but it will have to suffice. For now. And so the ship remains in orbit over Proxima for the time being, every detail of its operation now under the monks' ever-watchful eye. Joined together as the Pilgrims of Terra, the 3 factions struggle to put their grudges behind them, but the flames of war, like any other fire, will burn out for want of oxygen, and even the embers of hate have a way of cooling when deprived of the chance to flare up. If life becomes gloomier and colder in consequence, perhaps that is a small price to pay. Over a generation or two, the Pilgrims will forget their own dogmas and will accept that freedom, faith, and mission are merely 3 faces of the same God, all looking ahead to the new world that waits below. The once thriving frontier settlement called the Pit is a ghost town now, and the lack of breathable air ensures it will remain that way. With the ship in orbit around Proxima, the monks find it most expedient to keep the troublesome humans herded together in the habitat. Moses led the ancient Israelites in their desert exile for 40 long years. Surely the monks will bring the shipborne to the promised land in much less time than that. The factory is the same as the others, I do believe. Factory has the same. Shuttle bay has the same text. And then the habitat is the same. And then this one's more or less the same. It's not the same as if we were going back to Earth because an engine doesn't fail, but it's the same other than that, so yeah. Okay, I'm going to go get some more water and use the facilities real quick. And then we are just going to start an entirely new run for the next 2 hours or so. This will be on the hardest difficulty instead of the heroic difficulty, and we'll be using speech. It will be a speech-oriented one. Get some of those endings that are speech only. Then there's siding with the protectors, siding with the church. There's a few different story options we're going to explore on our next run. So hopefully we can get all the achievements. I have a feeling we can perfect this game. It's just a matter of traveling through the different dialogue options, of which there's 3 branches for like 3 different options. So BRB. Okay, let's get started. Let's do this. Let's perfect this game, right? New game, Underdog. We won't have to worry about the combat being difficult if we quite literally don't even do the combat, right? Right. Okay, so let's create a new character. We will name her, Jade. Because that's our preferred name. Female, that looks good enough. Not going to worry about that too much because we don't really see her a whole lot. So, kind of pointless there. So we will mainly be Charisma. We've got to make sure I max out Charisma. Because we're going to be a talker. We're not going to be a task skilled, learning speed, interactions requiring insight and understanding, accuracy with weapons. So that initiative, reaction, base accuracy. Experience bonus. Action points. Okay, so probably max out intelligence as well. And then maybe perception. Initiative, reaction, evasion, initiative, or maybe constitution. If we do constitution, we can do more. We can do more max implants. No, we don't want to do implants actually, no. Let's do perception for the last 4 points. Okay. And then we'll tag the skills. What skills will we tag? Persuasion, streetwise, impersonate, right? Because we're doing the speech. This is purely a speech run. Right. And then we'll put a point in each of these. We can tag another skill. Let's tag sneak. Let's go ahead and tag sneak. Maybe we can sneak around a little bit. Okay, so feats. These are unique feats only available to character creation. So we've got to pick one that'll really help with this. So we could do cult leader, party plus 20% extra experience. Companions, easier bonding can become devoted, which gives them a natural DR. We can do gifted, which will give us some stat points and skill points. Mastermind, more experience bonus. Free feats at levels 2, 8, and 10. Combat, we don't want combat. Party, defense. On kill, general, we could do a max implant. We could do educated. Skill monkey could be good. There's not really one for a talker though, is there? It doesn't look like there is one for a talker, so no, there isn't one for a talker, it doesn't look like. I'm thinking mastermind. I'm thinking mastermind because that requires 10 intelligence and that'll 25% more experience bonus. Yeah, let's go with mastermind. Okay, that's probably fine. It is the year of our Lord 2754. You will never feel the sun's warmth under a blue sky, never hear the wind in the branches of a tree, and never swim in the ocean, because you had the misfortune to be born on the ship. You have never seen Earth, and you'll never see Proxima Centauri either, your past and future both sacrificed by some dim and nameless ancestor to the greater good of the mission. Starfarer, they called her, a pretty name for a retrofitted interplanetary freighter. She had already been 20 years in service when she was re-christianed, and showing every minute of it. No one is certain the ship will actually reach its destination, and nobody much cares, since no one alive now will live to see it. Fatalism is the prevailing philosophy of the shipborne. Make the best life you can and consign all your what-ifs and what might have beens to the void. Yeah, I won't worry about the questions. It doesn't seem to affect things too much. Not that I can tell, at least. So we'll just skip the questions. Ever since you were a kid, this has been your home, a sprawling heap of vacant cargo containers slowly getting filled up with those who couldn't afford to stay in the habitat or needed to get away from its bosses and factions. Out here, folks have lived free and died fast, with those who survive earning their keep by either diving into the wreckage of Mission Control and bringing back valuable relics of the past, or figuring out a way to make money off the fools who do the diving. From the day it sprang up like a patch of mold on this rich substrate, the pit has been overwhelmed by Jonas Redford, the canny, cagey son of a bitch who planted its first spike. The de facto mayor of a town with no government, Jonas holds court in the Promised Land, the pit's only brothel and the base of operations for his network of thugs and whores. But as the pit has grown, Jonas's seat at the top has gotten shakier. When the Brotherhood of Freedom threatened to annex the town, concerned citizens banded together and hired the Regulators, a mercenary gang led by Jeremiah Braxton, to keep the Brotherhood out. But now, as Braxton's gunmen swagger under the neon lights, some folks have started wondering whether it's time for the pit to get a little law and order, and whether Braxton might be the right man to wear a sheriff's star. You open your eyes to a gray whole metal ceiling, one panel which flickers yellow, indicating day shift. You overslept. Not that it matters. With a grunt, you roll off your stained mattress and open the window to let some fresh air in. Like everything else around here, fresh is relative. This ship does its best to recycle air and water, but cargo holds aren't high on her priority list. You breathe in metal and burning oil and look up. 4. The bridge's 6 projectors are still operational, shining dully down on the container towers of Cargo Hold 3, better known as the Pit, the Free City. Calling the Pit a city is a bit of a stretch, but so is calling this reddish-brown liquid water. You've read that water is supposed to be clear and cities are supposed to be big, but no shipborne has ever seen either. Maybe in another 100 years, water will look and taste like oil, and people will be talking about the good old days when it was the color of rust and tasted refreshingly bitter and tangy. That's the kind of optimism that keeps you going. The elevator crawls up a groove in the cargo hold's wall like a black steel bug that's worn a path traveling to the bridge and back. It's time to get up there and earn a few credits, but first you need a drink. For the last few years you've been doing odd jobs for Tanner, a local hustler with a nose for making money. He's never tried to screw you over, which is pretty close to being virtuous in this town. Still, there's a first time for everything. Meet Tanner in a nearby bar called Rusty Jack. Don't forget your gun, you never know when it might come in handy. Let's go with a rifle, not that we're planning on using it, but, yeah. Good to have anyway, I guess. Go ahead and loot all. Again, not that really matters because we're not really planning on fighting, but I'll just go ahead and equip us as best we can in case we do end up accidentally having to fight or something. So go ahead and go out. Double check there's not really anything we can do here. Another day, Jade, says Xavier, raising a cup of the black blend of chemicals as passed for coffee aboard the ship for at least a generation. And he potentially teaches us how to lockpick a little bit, but I think we'll stick to Faith being our monkey for that. I'm done with this fucking town, says Charlie, his eyes empty and lifeless. 2 years I've been here, and what do I have to show for it? Nothing. What are you going to do? Go back to the habitat? Guess so. It doesn't seem so bad now. The habitat. Don't know what I was thinking. Take care, Charlie. No idea what's up with that dialogue, but it is a dialogue that happens. Okay, what are our current skills for sneak? Level 4? So we could sneak in here and go ahead and steal these things, I think. Only requires a sneak of 2 after all. But we have to have a lockpick 3, and we don't have enough for that. And we don't have a lockpick 2, so... And I've ruined that because I didn't have the lockpick. Oh well. It's not like we probably need it, right? Got the module there. And then that's the church up there. Have you come here to find your purpose? The preacher asked by way of welcome. Either the church has fallen on rough times or they deliberately chose a minimalistic design. The only ornamentation is an oversized metal cross welded to the back wall. 2 deacons flank the altar, a featureless metal oblong, and look on impassively. The submachine guns cradled in their arms suggest theirs is a militant faith. What purpose would that be? Doing the Lord's work, of course. How else would we prove our devotion to the Lord? How else would we end our trials and arrive at our destination? Amen, brother. It is a fool who thinks that the Lord will let us into the promised land before we're ready. Quite so, says the preacher, looking pleased. It is by the Lord's grace alone that the ship was launched, and by his grace alone shall she arrive at that land he promised us so very long ago. What task does the Lord set before us, brother? The Lord brought me here for a reason, yet despite my best efforts, only silence answers the word in his godless place. In order to sow the seeds of the one true faith, I need the support of some of its more notable citizens, and you want me to talk to them. In a manner of speaking, says the preacher, one of my deacons had tried to coax the smaller fish out of the shadow of ignorance and into the light of true faith. If James McNeil and his crew were to pay the church a tenth of what he makes from his scavenging business, people would take notice. Others would follow his example. What happened to your deacon? McNeil's holding him, a man of God, prisoner. I want him released, the preacher says angrily. I want restitution. I'll see what I can do. Okay, go ahead and get that started, and then that's over to Camptown. That's the apartments for rent. Don't know if we can talk those guys down yet. And then there's the med bay over here. That should also have a quest as well. And we don't have the thievery, because we don't have any thievery at all. We'll have to wait for faith for that. The woman stares blankly as if lost in thought, while her metal-capped fingers move across a keyboard that isn't there. You can see she's jacked in with a long translucent cable running from her half-shaved head to one of the machines. Finally registering your presence, she unplugs the cable from her head, and her eyes come into focus. Are you the new doctor? I've been trained in the healing protocols, if that's what you're asking, the woman says impatiently, waiting for you to get to the point. What's that dad jacked for? My neural uplink. It's how I run diagnostics. Only the simplest systems have external interfaces. What does this machine do? It repairs all tissue and organ damage and pumps you full of drugs to kill pain and inflammation. It takes a couple of hours and sets you back 100 credits. Do you have any implants for sale? On occasions, when the scabs bring me something I can salvage. What do you mean? Where do you think the implants come from? We certainly can't make them anymore. She gives a look of disgust, but whether it is directed at your ignorance, civilization's decline, or the nature of scavenging is anyone's guess. When the scavs show up to trade, they're always telling me they found some dusty old corpse from the ship's launch, as if I can't see the blood on them. Half the time they've managed to break the damn thing when cutting it out. Where could I find one of these dusty old corpses? In the mission control ruins, if you're desperate enough. Just save some creds for regen when you get back. If you get back. After a moment, she adds, McNeil and his crew hit a jackpot on Zero-G deck just last month. An anti-riot officer with a squad commander implant and a full suit of subdermal armor. For once they showed some sense and dragged the entire cadaver to me. If they had tried to hack the body up on their own, the tech would have been scrambled for sure. Can you show me how to extract implants safely? If you make yourself useful, you can watch me work. Maybe you can learn a thing or two. She walks up to a corpse lying on one of the beds and checks the tag. Motor Cortex chip. The dumb bastard overclocked it, fried the chip in half his brain. She points to a patch of blackened skin and burnt hair. Still, there might be something worth keeping. She glances at you. I don't have all day, so get to work, will you? She passes you the saw. Half an hour later. Well, I'll be damned. The suppressor's still good. With a quick, hard yank, she pulls an intact piece of electronics from amid the cooked brain and ruined circuitry.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
She drops it in a jar of disinfectant and slaps you on the back with an unwashed hand. Anything else I can help you with? Well, I do have an errand that needs running. A fella by the name of Jimmy Brewster sent word that he has something for me. He owes me 500 creds, so it better be some quality biotech. If it is, bring it here and I'll make it worth your while. If it isn't, I'll deal with Jimmy myself when he shows up here. Where can I find him? When he's in town, he rents one of the warehouses in Camptown. E7, I think. Can I ask you something else? Make it quick. Okay, so that started the Little Shop of Horrors quest. Double checking what else we can do, because there's that there. And then there's the regulators there. And then we can go down here to the power station. The power station has some quests too, I do believe. That's the gunsmith, but we don't really need that. There's Honest Abe's store, which we'll probably have to do here in a second, so we'll wait on that. I don't think Cole's Gadgets had anything specific. Gotta go over there eventually anyways, so yeah. Let's just go talk to Tanner. For now. I've got a job for you, Jade. Interested? What kind of job? An easy one. Tanner pulls a plastic rectangle from a compartment inside his sleeve and slides it toward you. The card is old and worn. The color has long faded, but the raised print on the front is still as clear as the day it was stamped. A2, that's Armory, Level 2, the holy grail of every scavenger on the ship. During the mutiny, the rebels looted every depot on the first level, but the automated defenses on the second stopped them dead. Literally. Those same turrets have dissuaded every scavenger since. Is it real? Is it real? Repeats Tanner, miming a look of disbelief. Girl, if you don't have the stones for it, just say so. Don't insult me. Every scav worth the salt has been searching for this card for decades, but you're the one who found it. I have my ways, Tanner's smile reveals stained, uneven teeth. You see, I wasn't looking for a long-lost access card since I'm not a fool. I was looking for Technical Officer Ulysses Colton. Tanner pauses so you can show your admiration for his savvy. Let me guess, he had the card and you alone figured it out. Not quite, says Tanner. I alone figured out how to find a man who changed his identity and died in obscurity nearly 100 years ago. I have a feeling you're dying to tell me. Tanner pulls a battered energy pistol from his belt bag and passes it to you. This is his sidearm. He changed his name, but he couldn't change the serial number on his gun. Once I found the serial number, the rest was easy. His granddaughter sold the pistol 20 years ago. Are you sure the card still works? Only one way to find out. Tanner grins in an unnerving way. Go see for yourself. When you come back, we'll have a proper conversation. Alright, so here's the big question. Why me? Tanner is silent for a moment, as if deciding how honest he should be. I can't do it alone, and I don't trust anyone else. Keep the pistol. Consider it an investment into our enterprise. It's not going to be an easy trip, so take your time to get ready. You hear me? I'd feel safer if I had someone to watch my back. Take Evans. I saw him at Abe's store earlier today. The dumb bastard almost shot me. Sounds like the right man for the job. And then we'll go over to Abe's general store, which is up here. And do this little quest and get Evans to come with us. Evans. Being a gunfighter is a quick and easy way to make a living in the pit. All it takes is a gun and some guts. It's also a quick and easy way to wind up dead, but the kind of men drawn to the gun always think they're going to live forever. Evans learned the realities of his new trade the hard way. The first time, Evans got lucky and killed his man as he fumbled his draw. Riding high, Evans called out an old hand who put 3 bullets in his chest and left him for dead. Lucky for Evans, a stranger patched him up and he survived. But today he looks like a man whose luck has just about run out. Jade, nods Evans. What brings you to these parts? He asks, his rifle still pointed your way. I have a job for you. A job? Evans pretends to think about it for a moment. Truth be told, I've got a job for you too. All you've got to do is stick around and watch my back, while I deal with these thugs. You do that for me, I'll do whatever you need. No questions asked. Deal? What thugs? Jonas sent some gun thugs to harass Abe. He nods at the storekeep. Abe here went to the regulators, but Braxton said he can't spare any men. You and I both know the bastard doesn't want to get involved. So Abe hired me to watch the store, but the son of a bitch didn't say a word about Jonas until I agreed. I'm no coward, but I don't want to go against Jonas alone. He runs this town, for Christ's sake. Why did Abe go to the regulators? Beats me. We all agreed to hire the regulators when the Brotherhood started eyeing the pit and getting ideas. Only reason they're still around, now that the Brotherhood's backed off, is to make sure they don't come back. At any rate, their job is to show that we have some muscle, even if it's hired muscle, not sort out local trouble. What does Jonas want from Abe? Money. What else? His thug said everyone who does business in the pit has to pay taxes or pack up and go. I told Abe he should pay, but he doesn't want to listen to reason. If he wants to die, that's his business. But now if I'm going to go down with him, wait and see what transpires. The gun thugs show up around noon, a man in his 40s who moves with slow confidence and a brash young man eager to get himself killed. You got Jonas's money, demands the kid, talking tough. The older man stays quiet, keeping his eyes on you and Evans. What money? You deaf? Asks the kid, spitting on the floor. Jonas's money. He owns the pit, so it's about time you fucking freeloaders started paying your fair share. It doesn't have to go this way. And which way's that? Asks the older man softly. You can see he's been counting heads and running on while the kid's been talking. You leaving the store in a body bag. Might not be me, says the older man, smiling. It's not a good smile. Are you willing to bet your life on it? On what might or might not happen? That's one hell of a gamble, friend. You saying we leave empty-handed, scoffs the older man. You have a feeling he wants a way out. Apparently the kid gets the same impression. What are you talking about? Asks the kid. It's 2 against 2. Hell, I could kill both of them myself. It's 3 against 2. Abe's a lousy shot, but even he can't miss at this range, not with that hand cannon he's carrying. Have it your way, the older man says tiredly. We're going. The kid tries to protest, but for all his talk, the only thing he shoots is a black look. The door hisses shut behind the gun thugs, and Evans breathes a sigh of relief. Then gunfire erupts outside. What do we do now? Asks Evans, visibly shaken. Nothing. Why make someone else's problems our own? It's your call, says Evans. I reckon I'll stick with you until this thing blows over. Welcome aboard. Although I think we can only have one right now, so we may not actually take Evans. I just wanted the street cred there. So we may tell Evans to go ahead and... yeah. Because I think we can only have one party member right now, so we'll just hold off on that for a little bit. I don't know how to thank you, Jade, says Abe, wiping sweat from his forehead. These ruffians, they would have killed me dead. God knows I don't have much, but I'll give you all I can spare, and then some. Turns out Abe could only spare 2 small boxes of ammo, 25 rounds each, but it's definitely better than nothing. Abe, I'm starting to think those 2 gentlemen had the right idea. Maybe I should finish what they started. You always make me laugh, Jade, says Abe without even a crack of a smile. Surely you don't think I was going to give you nothing but some ammo. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Abe sighs and puts some medkits and an old credit stick on the counter. Much obliged. So, what are you going to do now? Pray for less excitement in my life. What else can I do? Didn't you move here from the habitat? You can always go back. Back, laughs Abe. As bad as the pit is sometimes, the habitat is 10 times worse. The protectors are all about their mission, and every poor bastard that lives in their enclave has to toe the line, whether he likes it or not. They tax you up the wazoo and then expect you to contribute what little you've left to the war effort. They're still talking about war? The protectors have been gearing up for war ever since the mutiny. The Brotherhood's been doing the same, of course. If you ask me, neither side wants to fight, but they've been beating their chests for the last 100 years, so they have no choice but to go through with it. And the church? Waiting on the sidelines to finish off the winner. It's a smart play. Rumor has it that Captain Braxton once served a higher power, that in the days before his crisis of faith he was known as Father Governor Jeremiah Braxton among the Church of the Elect. There's plenty of talk about why he left, but as is often the case, no story is more compelling than the others. Backed up by a few like-minded men and picking up more recruits along the way, Braxton left the church and wound up in the pit. where good fighting men are always in high demand. Around the same time, the Brotherhood had started nosing around, eager to establish a foothold here. Braxton and his regulators offered the good people of the pit their services. After much debate, they were hired to drive the Brotherhood's men out, which was accomplished with brutal efficiency. You see Braxton and two of his men standing next to the bodies of the gun thugs. "Thank God you're alive," says Braxton, holstering his gun. "When I saw them leaving the store, I assumed the worst." "What happened here?" "What does it look like? They opened fire. We returned it." "They weren't eager to draw on me, yet you expect me to believe they started shooting at you and your boys not a minute later." "I paid them to start a fight at Abe's store, not to run away the first chance they got," Braxton says nonchalantly. "None of that changes the fact that the pit can use a makeover. The problem is Jonas doesn't really run the town. He keeps Main Street nice and clean, but doesn't give a damn about the growing camp town around it. Or maybe he just doesn't know what to do about it. Either way, he'll lose control soon enough, and then what? Chaos, gangs fighting for control. So you're the hero we deserve. If it wasn't for me, the pit would be a Brotherhood's boot camp right now, and if I'm gone, well, why me?" "Who else?" Braxton asks loudly, making sure that everyone can hear him. "You didn't look the other way when Jonas's thugs threatened Abe. You saved him because it was the right thing to do. Now I'm asking you to help us save this town." Tempting. Very tempting. Unfortunately, saving towns costs money, and I'm broke. "$250," says Braxton, as a show of good faith. "Do right by me, and I will certainly do right by you. Consider me in your employ, Captain. Then talk to Jonas. Put him on notice in front of everyone. Let them all hear what you have to say." "Why, won't he know that we're coming?" "We aren't going to stab him in the back," Braxton says firmly. "A man deserves the right to defend himself." Right, anyway, let's go ahead and go over here to the power station. And talk to Zeke. A thick man with an unkempt beard is attempting to beat an electronic display into submission, reminding you of a bad-tempered spirit from old Earth folklore called Bear. Right now, he's stabbing the cracked screen with one blunt finger and cursing as it repeatedly flashes red. "I tried adding new transformers to the grid," he says as you approach. "It ought to work, but I think this fucking thing just doesn't like me." "Let me take a look." You bypass the on-screen protocols and attempt to force the software to accept more transformers, but no dice. The generator was intended for deployment on Proxima B, and all the operational variables are configured for the future colony. Since the OS isn't receiving input from colony-related hardware, such as mobile ore extractors, probes sniffing out metal deposits, biomass converters, and a host of other things too vital to ignore, it limits all non-essential use in the meantime. The grid is at max allowed capacity. You need a hard override to reset system configuration. An override module. Factory's bound to have something like that. If you can slip by the raiders, that is. We don't have enough power. The generator produces plenty of power, but the OS has a bunch of exotic safeguards. Every parameter and input is dictated by the big plan for the colony, so every time I try to make a change, the OS throws a fit. If we can manage to add more transformers to the grid, that'll hold us for the next little while. The bigger problem is heating and air. The cargo hold was never designed to house so many people, or anyone at all if it comes down to it. Portable air purifiers keep the air more or less breathable, even if it wouldn't leave an Earthborn gasping on the floor and complaining about his rights. But that's only a temporary solution. We need to fix the old purifier to set us up for good. Then there are the defenses to worry about. The bigger the town gets, the more likely the habitat will come knocking again. Anything I can do to help? If you could supply an oxidizer for the air purifier, that would take a load off of my tortured mind. That's the kind of thing I could pick up at the store. Sorry, I was just ruminating. The towers over to hydroponics must have one, or at least they did at some point. best check there first. We can't do that until we get to hydroponics, so. And we can't go in there because we don't have lockpick 3. So our current option is to simply go over here to Camp Down and do some of these other quests. How are we doing on... Okay, so we don't have any faction standing yet. That's something to keep an eye on. Diplomacy 1, huh? Okay. So let's go over here. We got a guard over here we can talk to. Or not. Interesting. Okay. No, we can't unlock that yet. And then this is the guy that gives us training skill tokens. Okay. And over here we've got the manpower where we can do another quest. What can I do you for? Manny leans forward and puts us on the smile he keeps for clients. Oh, I can't do that yet? Interesting. Okay, so we'll have to come back here later on, I guess, for that quest. I don't think the food guy does anything, does it? No, it's just a lore dump about synthetic meat getting in tabs, okay. Oh no, that's different, isn't it? This is the jobs one. You know how to handle firearms? The proprietor asks, apparently not man for pleasantries. I know how to solve problems. If that's what you're asking, I don't need a gun to do that. Excellent, he replies without any enthusiasm. You're hired. Hired for what? Why do you think someone hires a gun hand? Either because he expects trouble or is planning to stir some up. Pay is 100 credits on completion, nothing up front. Are we in business or aren't we? We are. All right, the proprietor says approvingly. The client is a fellow by the name of Trevor Chauncey, known around these parts as Chance. He's got a meet set up with the Ranger boys to sell some kind of doohickey, and he's worried things might get dicey. If they do, you get to stand between him and a hail of bullets. Why is he worried? Probably trying to get Swift and sell them some junk gussied up like valuable tech. If I'm right and they see through his bullshit, he'll have a problem on his hands. And since he's the client, his problems are your problems. We good? Yes. You can find Chance in the nearby bar, which doubles up as his office. Tell him Earl sent you. Okie dokie. And then we can go over here to the general store here. And then we've got the bookie and the chief justice, but we won't be doing the justice because that requires us to murder people, and we don't want to do that right now. So let's go talk to Chance, because that's the main thing we have to do over here. We'll also go up to the engine fuel, Boone's Moonshine, okay. And then there's also this over here, which is how we get to the other quests. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, and we have to talk to the bartender for that one quest for Jed, don't we? Yeah, we need to talk to the bartender for that one quest for Jed. Or is it Boone's Moonshine? One of the bartenders. It might be Boone's Moonshine that knows. Do I know you? The man stares in your general direction, his pupils so dilated that it's like looking into two bottomless holes. Earl told me I could find you here. Okay. Yeah. Good. You know what the job is, right? Asked Chance, looking anything but confident. If things go smoothly, I make the deal and you get paid for doing nothing. That's what I'm hoping for, of course. But if the Grangers turn weasel on us, you need to stand up and fast. Remember this, if I don't get paid, you don't get paid. What's the nature of this deal exactly? The Grangers want a control module for one of their towers. I happen to have an extra one I don't need. That's it. Accompany Chance to the meeting place. You follow Chance to the outskirts of the pit. Out beyond the densely populated center, the environment ironically gets more orderly, as the tower and container stacks fall into countlessly perfect squared rows. Nothing here seems to have shifted an inch since the ship left Earth orbit a million years ago. Soon you arrive at the only open container in sight, a dull glow within signaling a human presence. Three men stand silently about a portable heater, the ship equivalent of the frontier campfire, minus the good cheer. Do you have it? The man in charge says in a voice hoarse and low. The left side of his face is disfigured with gruesome saucer-sized scars, like vicious sucker marks. From one of these rippled craters, the angry orange light of an ocular implant is doing duty for a missing eye. You can't help but wonder about the tentacle that must have delivered that kiss. Everyone's heard the stories, of course, but you felt better telling yourself they were exaggerated. Chance hurriedly yanks a dusty old control module from his belt bag and passes it to Scarface. The Granger glances down at it, no more than a quick take, and tosses it to the ground. What's the deal? Chance's voice fights the tense silence like a mouse struggling against a snake. You wanted a tower control module? I brought you a tower control module. Now where's my money? I got shit to do. He cuts his eyes at you, both in a naked appeal for support and to give himself a break from looking at his mark. Scarface isn't so interested in Chance anymore, though. His implant is giving you a hard stare, and you're guessing it's doing more than just staring. Judging by the design, it's military hardware, already locked in and analyzing its target. What if I can get this module for you? The head Granger contemplates your offer for a moment. Then you'll get paid, and well, he says cautiously, but as far as I know, the only place to find one is Mission Control Center. Your friend claimed he knew a diver who had recovered the kind of module we need. Since he lied, I assume it's still there. The divers we sent didn't return. I will find a way. Good. If you make it back, come and see me at our camp. Name's Gideon. We'll look after your friend in the meantime, Gideon says, nodding at Chance. He has a debt to work off, and lucky for him, we can always use extra manpower. Yep. Probably the best option to do there, really. Okay, and then we'll go to the map. We'll go back to Whiskey Jack. We gotta level up so we can do a feat. Okay, now what feat will we do? Educated is probably a good idea. Yeah, let's go ahead and do educated. Oh, we have 2 feats available. Okay, cool. Let's see, movement initiative. Party members only, lone wolf. Don't want that, we don't want that. I'm not really sure what we want, honestly. Don't really want a lot of these, really. Because we're not planning on fighting, right? So we don't need reaction. We don't really need on kill. We're not doing implants. I genuinely don't know. We'll just hold off on that for right now, I think. We'll do a biotech, I guess, or electronics. Let's do electronics. That sounds good. Okay. We'll just wait on that for right now. I'm not sure what we want to put it in. What can I get you? The bartender has spotted you looking over the assortment of unlabeled plastic gallon jugs, each with its own unappealing liquid in some shade of brown. We got gut warmer, rat poison, high voltage, firewater, and absolution. Special on the rat poison right now. Every third round is free for as long as you're able to drink it. Rat poison is, then. The ship provides the basics of human survival: recycled air, recycled water, and, in tabs, recycled nutrients and minerals processed into chewable tablets. They taste like cardboard, but they're free. Those who desire the finer things in life, like synthetic meat with a side of algae, have to pay. Because the forefathers disapproved of drink, the ship was never configured to provide alcohol. But the law of supply and demand supersedes the dictates of religion, and everyone's favorite vice is widely available. Each bar has its own secret recipe. The wise drinker prefers to leave it a secret. The bartender gives you a nod as he sets the beaten alloy mug on the bar and fills it with a black, oily liquid. You take a careful first sip, fighting your body's instinctive rejection of poison, and wait for the familiar warmth to spread through you. After a few moments, the world is a slightly better place. Any work around here? Well, since you asked, there's this fella owes money to just about everyone in the area. The name is Jebediah Walker, but he just goes by Jed. Balance owed is 1,200 credits, including interest. If you manage to collect, you'll get 250. How does that sound to you? Jed Walker, the name sounds familiar. I can tell you he runs his mouth faster than he runs up a tab, and that's saying something. Jed claims to have traveled the ship from stem to stern and made deals with every type of merchant, fanatic, and scab known to the void. How such a world-wise entrepreneur ended up living in a rusted-out container furnished with discarded packing material is a mystery to me, but I just serve liquor, never claimed to be one of the big brains round here. Where can I find him? Ask around in Camptown. Start with the local bars. And that's when we go to Boone's Moonshine, and he knows where he is. Welcome to Boone's Moonshine. What can I get you? I'm looking for Jed Walker. Jed's a bit of a wonder, but last I heard he was staying at the new housing block down the street. Can't miss it. A rectangular design, olive green with rust trim. Forest Muse, I think it's called. Anything you can tell me about him? I can tell you he runs his mouth faster than he runs up a tab, and that's saying something. Jed claims to, yeah, okay. Any work around here? Must be your lucky day. My algae shipment is 3 days late, and my customers are complaining. Fetch it for me, and I'll pay you 1,000 credits. Why do you need algae? Beats the intabs or synthetic meat. It's chock full of protein, vitamins, and minerals. All natural, mind you, none of that plastic shit. 1,000 credits for a delivery job. 1,000 credits for a shipment of algae. I pay Carlos 900 a case, but I'm willing to throw an extra 100 for delivery. If you can get a better price from Carlos, that's between you and him. Where can I find this Carlos? Over at Hydroponics. Where else? I hope you don't mind a bit of traveling to expand your horizons. I'll see what I can do. Honestly, completely forgot that was even a quest. Anyway, okay, so yeah, we have to go over here to here. That'll be Jed right there. Not completely sure how you even get to that section, honestly. There it goes. A dark-skinned man in his 40s is reclining on the two back legs of a one-piece, injection-molded plastic chair. He's balancing a 4-barrel shotgun on his knee, and it's pointed in your direction. Unlike the other junk strewn about, unlike his home itself, the shotgun is well looked after. "The fuck you want?" he asks, raising the bore of his weapon a little less than an inch. "You owe 1,200 credits." "What about it?" says Jed. He's obviously annoyed, but since he's already aiming a shotgun at your head, isn't sure how to express it. "I'm here to collect." "Girl, take yourself a quick look around. Anything here you can shift for 1,200 credits, it's all yours." "Look, I'm not here to give you a hard time. I would like to help you square away your debt, but if I go back empty-handed, soon as you fall asleep, 4 hard boys are going to come around and close the account for good." Look, I don't have the money, but if you really want to help me, I know a way to clear $2,000 minimum, but I can't do it alone. I'm listening. Ever heard of Black Will? His parents named him What God Will, but he shortened it to Will. A little later, some other folks tacked on the rest when they saw what kind of man he was. I heard he was somewhere in the factory. Yeah, he was, but Black Will wore out his welcome, and right now he's laying low, conveniently close by. There are two more with him, at least half as black as Will, but if you back me up, me and you can do this town a favor and settle my debt, all for an afternoon's work. What do you say? My afternoon's wide open. You had best get ready then. I'll wait for you here. As ready as I'll ever be. You follow Jed to a shoddily assembled warehouse, 4 containers welded together, with the inner walls cut away to form a bigger interior. Like a magic trick, he produces an access card and swipes it through the magnetic lock. How do you want to play it? Never underestimate the power of persuasion. Shaking his head at this foolishness, Jed focuses his attention on the shotgun. Jed, you show up here. You best brought me what I asked for, says a heavy-set, bearded man. Registering more than one person at the door, he scrambles to draw his gun. You backstabbing bastard. I wouldn't advise that, friend. Captain Braxton doesn't take attacks on the regulators kindly, especially when he's offering the hand of friendship. I don't need his friendship, spits Black Will. He does lower his gun, indicating the opposite. Would you rather be his enemy? I have 2 squads standing ready for such an eventuality. Just say the word. This friendship, what's it going to cost me? Asked Will, gritting his teeth. You catch on fast, friend. 1,000 a month ought to do it. 1 month in advance, so that's $2,000 you owe us. I don't even have that kind of money, but even if I did... How disappointing. While Captain Braxton might be willing to help a man down on his luck, provided he can pay his bills, he won't tolerate a penniless troublemaker. Fucking bastards, says Will, throwing you his credit drive. A bit shy of $1,200. That's all I have, so take it or leave it. Fine, let's call it a new customer special. Have yourself a great day. Transfer the credits to your drive and leave. Can I assume our business is concluded? He asks cautiously. Consider your debt fully discharged. I like the way you handled yourself, says Jed, giving you an appraising look. I've got another debt needs settling, but it'll require some extra manpower. You get the feeling this debt is about something other than money. Another local job? No, it's the shanties clustered up against the engines. They call it the heart. A good way to remind folks that the reactor is the ship's heart, and it's the mutants that keep it beating. My ex-partner runs a trading post there. He'll have a small army with him, lest he's gone broke or soft, but as is usually the case, the profit is proportionate to the risk. I'll think about it. I will think about it. I'm not sure if we can do that quest without killing, so we probably won't, but we'll see, I suppose. So now we need to go over here, see if we can manage to get this priest boy back. Lamb among wolves and whatnot. How's life treating you, Jade? Asked McNeil, grinning from ear to ear. Did you hear about that stuff we found 2 weeks ago? An anti-riot officer dressed to kill. He chuckles at his own joke. The gear's in mint condition like it was issued yesterday. Brother Solomon sent me. He wants his deacon back. You kidding me? That bastard must have heard we were flush with credits and had the fucking nerve to ask for his cut. Can you believe this shit? He wants his cut. He can earn it on our next run. He doesn't want a cut. The church does. You sure you want them for an enemy? Me? I didn't start this shit. That fucking weasel did when he tried to shake me down. Don't you think it was a little bit too easy? A deacon comes in and makes outrageous demands, practically forcing you to do something stupid. What are you saying? Asked McNeil, squinting at you. They're playing me? They need an excuse to roll in. The Deacon plays a victim, his trigger-happy friends come to his rescue and take over your operations in the process. You let the Deacon go, they have no choice but to call it off. Fucking bastards, says McNeil, shaking his head. I'll let the Deacon go, and do they still have a problem with me? Return to Brother Solomon. It's good to see you in God's house again, sister. I rescued your deacon. The Lord works through you, sister. This much is clear. The question is, will you dedicate yourself to his service? There's no greater calling than serving the Lord, brother. A man came to see me. Not Braxton, not Jonas, but me. The preacher pauses, letting you appreciate the significance of this fact. He asked for help, but all I could do is lift his spirits and give him hope to last a bit longer. For I know the Lord will send someone. Find that man and ease his sufferings, sister. You want me to find a man with no name? The man himself might be hard to find, but the source of his problems should be easy enough to track down. Fair enough, I suppose. Camptown, Camptown. I think it's Camptown that we want. No, it's not Camptown, is it? It's a bit further than that, isn't it? The outskirts? The outskirts. Yeah, because it's right over here. Right over here. Two rough-looking men turn to focus their collective cold gaze in your direction. A badly beaten scab is moaning on the floor behind them. The thugs say nothing, waiting on you to decide what happens next. Make it your business. You wanna die, fool? You're about to assault an officer of the law. I'm required to warn you to avoid any misunderstandings later on. Law? Here? You've got to be kidding me, scoffs one of the thugs. They don't attack, which means they're paying attention. Yup, we're finally making the pit more civilized. Hanged 6 men from the bridge yesterday. What did they do? Asked the thug, his voice suddenly squeaky. Captain says they were disturbing the peace. Say, isn't that what you boys are doing right now? Who, us? No, ma'am. Just a misunderstanding between friends, ain't that right? Get out of here. Thank you, the scav says as he staggers to his feet. Fucking bastards. Friends of yours? Yeah, as of 2 weeks ago. Heard they came down from the factory after falling out with the Detroit boys. They tried to roust us for protection money. We sent a hired gun to negotiate our position, but they killed him. Doesn't look like they'll bother you again. Have you got time to do a little job for me? I can take you where the rest of these maggots are holed up. We can't pay credits, but we do have a disruptor and mint condition too. It's yours if you help us, plus whatever you find at their campsite. I doubt they would leave if I asked nicely. They won't. I don't have time for this. I don't know if we can get past that with a discussion or not, or if that's a guaranteed murder frenzy. Let's go. Let's see what we can do. You follow the scav to a scrap heap that looks to have been used as a general store at some point. It's not in business at the moment, or at least not the dry goods business. You hear loud voices and laughter from inside. Knock on the door. The fuck you want? Asks someone on the other side of the door, slurring his words. The scav says something quickly and the door slides open. Okay, yeah, so that just gets us straight into a fight. We don't want to do that because we're not murdering. This is the opposite of our murder run. But maybe we can find another way in. Or maybe we just can't do this quest with without murdering someone, which is not going to work, but so we may not do this particular quest. I'm not sure what the options of sneaking in are, or what happens if we try to sneak in. We probably end up trying to kill him anyways. It's just a matter of murder takedown, right? Yeah, okay, so there's no way to do this without fighting. So we won't do this particular quest, it looks like. Wow. I couldn't even fight him if I wanted to. They just murderized me. Okay, well we are on hard difficulty after all. Another reason why we don't want to try murder anyone, right? Well, inquires Earl, I'm going to need little more time. The Grangers took the client, but I can get him back. Earl nods distractedly, losing what little interest he had in the topic. Do you have anything for me? Client came in while you were out. Name of Faith Ward. Ward Salvage was a prospecting outfit operating out on the frontier. They recently happened on a valuable find, like once-in-a-lifetime valuable, but ran into a bit of a snag trying to sell it. Now Miss Ward is the last breathing member of that organization. The lady wants to reclaim her rightful property and deliver some old-fashioned retribution on the low-down, cowardly scum that stole it. Earl spits on the floor to further elucidate his feelings on the matter. After a quick examination of Miss Ward's finances, I assured her I knew just the woman for the job, someone intimately familiar with the legal term extreme prejudice. Where can I find her? Take the stairs on your right. You won't miss her. Hopefully we can handle this without fighting. Otherwise, we just won't have faith, which will really bog us on our skills, honestly. We still don't have the party where we can acquire multiple party members, so I don't know how I feel about that. Still not sure which one of these I even want, so we'll just continue holding off. We'll go ahead and save, just in case we can't do this without fighting, but hopefully we can still get faith. Um, the woman steps forward from the shadows. Her face and clothes say she recently took some kind of beating, but her eyes tell you she's not anywhere near done. You must be Faith Ward. Earl sent me. They killed my family. I want them to pay for what they've done. Who are they? How many? Lazarus Foley and his crew, 5, maybe 6 men. We found a key on the body of a dead diver, deep down in the Mission Control ruins. He had it tucked away in his breast pocket right here. She points to her heart as she says it, then pauses a moment. Do you know what it's like out there? The work, I mean. Our days are spent shifting through piles of junk, looking to turn the littlest kind of profit. Broken down droids that might have a part or two worth jimmying out. Batteries and smashed plasma weapons that might still hold a charge. Skeletons with battered old implants. We're trying to make a living out of a fool's errand, but most of us think there's some chance of striking gold out there. I never did myself, not until I saw that key. What happened next? My father made a deal with Lazarus Foley. Took my brother and 2 men who worked for us with him. Show of strength, he said. 2 tears trickled slowly down her cheeks. But somehow only make her seem harder. My father, my brother, the hired hands, they didn't return. But Foley's men did, came after me that very night, cleaning up loose ends, I guess. They sound like thorough people. What makes this key so valuable? How many electronic keys have you seen in your life? Not an access card, but a real electronic key. I've never seen that lock that goes with a key like that. It stands to reason that whatever's behind the door fitting that key is worth a fortune. Could be it opens up the command center itself. Who knows? Could be. So how am I going to find this Foley? He's probably staying out of sight. That's the easy part, says Earl, appearing out of nowhere. I will send word to Foley that I have a buyer for the key. Whether he intends to make an honest sale or ambush you like he did the wards, he'll arrive with his men ready for war. I had best get ready then. Did Foley take the bait? He'll be waiting for you in warehouse E4. I can take you there when you're ready. You're standing outside the warehouse. Foley and his men are waiting within. It's time to consider your options. Distract Foley with your witty repartee. Okay, so yes, I don't think we can do this. Without murder. Unless that doesn't count. I don't know if that counts or not. You must be out of your fucking mind. I don't know if that counts. Did you know that the wards were working for the Brotherhood? They did? Lazarus didn't tell us anything. Lazarus is dead. You're still breathing. If you want to keep it this way, hand me the fucking key now. And if I say no, nobody chooses the second option. You don't really think you can go against the Brotherhood and live, do you? Okay, so hopefully that counts as me not having killed somebody. Faith is the one that kills somebody, right? Reluctantly, the thug throws you the key. It's an old ship-style key fob sporting a 4-inch metal rod. A lot of people died for this. She speaks slowly as if unsure of what else she's going to say next. But why? What's hidden behind that goddamn door that's worth this many lives? Since my family, since my regular crew is dead, I'll need to hire out for this run and pray they can see it through. I'm willing to take a chance on you if you want the job. What's stopping me from taking the key and disappearing? Nothing. But you don't know the ruins, and even if you did, you're not going to make it without outside help. Neither of us gets what we want without trusting somebody. Easiest thing would be to trust each other. Come with me, I might need your help. I've never killed anyone before. I know he had it coming, but it doesn't make it any easier. I'm sorry, Faith, I shouldn't have asked you to do it. I had to do it. I owed it to my family. I just don't know if I can do it again when it's not personal. You won't have to. There are other ways. And she gets the thief feet. Okay, so now we've got her in our party, so now we can go around robbing people, and hopefully that doesn't count as having murdered somebody for the achievement not murdering anybody in Chapter 1. We'll find out once we finish Chapter 1. The job's done, Foley's dead. Well done. Check back with me in a few weeks. I might have something for you. Okie dokie. So, now we can go around and rob people. Oh yeah, I have to assign, and Faith only has level 2 stealing for right now. Okay. Okay, but we need to assign tags. Faith, stealing, lockpicking, and computers. There we go. Now you can steal it. There we go. Okay, very good. Okay, and that's for, yeah, that's for that. Let's go over here and unlock this. Because we probably won't need the stuff, but I'm going to steal everything I can on a matter of principle. I'm sure you guys understand. Go over here and strip for parts. Okay. And I don't know what I want to do with the feats. I feel like there was a feat for adding the party, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything. Maybe if I take the captain, it'll unlock or something? I'll go try to get Jed in our party. After we circle around and get our stealing done. Okay, let's see. We can go over here and steal from the pocket. Do we have steal 4? Yeah, we have steal 5, okay. That's fine. 76 credits. And then we can also... No, there's not one there. Is there anything else we should be aware of? I don't think so. Adds to the outskirts. Okay. So let's go back to my apartment. And then we can go over here and lockpick this. Can't go in there. I kind of messed that up already, but that's okay. We'll loot that. And I'm a sniper right now, right? So just in case we do, I'll do my best not to have to fight, but I want to make sure to max out our fighting abilities if we can. Maybe I just shouldn't worry about it, I don't know. Xavier, can you, teach Faith some lockpicking, please? Thank you, because she's our lockpicking friend. Let's go examine the door over here. A couple of local junkies are loitering near the entrance to the alley, probably waiting for their next victim. Whoa, says one of the junkies. Look at you strolling like you own the place. He shakes his head. It's our territory. You got to pay me first and then you can be on your way. All business-like, see? Do I look like an easy mark to you, you dumb fuck? I was just playing. It's all good, girl. Okay, if you say so. Best walk on, boy. Not that we would actually have a shitting chance against you if we actually had to fight, but, you don't have to know that. And, oh, wait, do we have Steel 6? Not yet, we have Steel 5 yet, because I remember that one being harder. This one right here is being harder. Got a few more streetwise points there, though, talking to him. Okay, and then what else do we need to do? Hydroponics, control model chapter 3, return to Jack, right, return to Jack. Get the implants, Little Shop of Horrors. Where was Little Shop of Horrors 1? Warehouse E7 in Camptown, okay. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. We should have some church. We got 1 church point from that, okay, sure. Return to Jack over here. And there's also the person we can steal from over here, the Steel 4. Jack's area for 82 credits. Here's Jed's debt paid in full minus my fee. Thanks, Jade. Here's something extra for your trouble, a couple of combat stems. Thank you, friend. Okay. So let's get Evans to join the party. And then we can assign rifle and computers, I guess. I don't know. And then she gets another feat, so we'll give her skill monkey, I guess. Sounds good. Gives her another thingy, so we'll go with electronics. Okay. Do we have any other parties now? No, we still don't, so I don't know. Can we add Jed to the party? We can. Okay, so that's fine. So it doesn't look like we need to worry about it because we've already got it all maxed out. Okay, that's interesting. Still not sure what I want to add for feats for myself then in that case, but okay, we'll give you the shotgun, tagged skill, armor, tagged skill. That sounds good. Okay. So now we need to Little Shop of Horrors would probably be the next best option. The Armory is a whole other thing. Confront Jonas. Or maybe I should go ahead and go to the Armory and then do Jonas, because Jonas is the end of the story, isn't it? The chapter. In the Armory, that's the power, the override module, hydroponics, mission control, okay. So yeah, let's go to outskirts. Outskirts. Where was that? That's something else, and we can't even get over there because of the electronics thing. Don't remember where that was. Over here? Okay, there's a lockpick over there we can unlock anyways. So we should probably do that as well. Because that requires a high electronics, so we don't have that yet. Can't do that. Okay, yeah, that doesn't lead anywhere. And this doesn't really lead anywhere, right? No, not really, okay. Back downstairs. Go over here and lockpick this. Get us a pistol. Not that we really need it, I suppose. Now, where was... E7, Warehouse E7 in Camptown, not the outskirts of Camptown.
Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Warehouse E7. Warehouse E7. Where is Warehouse E7? Oh, there. Okay, yeah, we have to talk to the guard. Okay. I got you. I know what we're doing now. I got you. Okay. I got you now. I got you. Okay. You lost? Sarah sent me. The scav looks you over one more time, but steps aside without comment. Why the high security? Too many crews out looking for an easy score these days. We like to shift our merch quickly and quietly, less trouble that way. The so-called merch consists of 3 desiccated heads fixed to crude stands, their withered expressions frozen forever in the rictus of their dying moments more than a century ago. Whether they were mutineers or security officers in their day, they stand united now. All 3 heads sport ocular and neural uplink implants, a rich haul even if half the implants are fried. This one's a sergeant, I think. The scav points at the dented metal knob embedded in the left temple. A squad leader, maybe even a TAC team if we're lucky. While you would need to extract the implants and run some tests to see if they're still functioning, other signs show problems with the tech. Superficial burns indicating a power surge, bone loss around the devices, and a scar tissue indicating frequent access for repair. The data jack on the leftmost head is fried, but the ocular seems fine, whereas the ocular on the head to the right has been repaired multiple times. Not a good sign, but the data jack looks functional. Out of the 3, the Sarge is in the best shape. While the ocular was apparently destroyed by plasma fire, the squad leader and data jack show little wear and tear. Looks like this newly promoted soldier barely had time to enjoy his upgrades. Sarah said you had something for her. I owe her 500 credits, so the standard package should cover it, says the scav, pointing at the heads with the standard gear. What about the squad leader? Sorry, friend, gear that rare never stays put for long. Got a buyer on the way here as we speak. As if on cue, the door slides open and a fully armored, heavy-set man strides into the warehouse. He's trailed by a couple of flunkies, hired, you're guessing, to squawk if anything comes up on his 6. The big man pauses for a moment like a predator sniffing the air and glances into every corner of the room. When his eyes land on you, he waits until his goggles get a read on you, then frowns. Clearly, this is a man who doesn't like surprises. Which one is mine? He nods at the grotesque heads. Sorry, buddy. First come, first serve. What's going on here, Jimmy? Asks the newcomer, without looking in your direction again. You know how I feel about people wasting my time. It's nothing, Manfred. Jimmy tries for amused, but his voice is sliding down the register towards pleading. This old gal was just making a joke, right, miss? With a smile like a rictus, Jimmy's head swivels in your direction and he hisses, Get the fuck out of here now. Nobody talks to me this way. Nobody. Don't do it, kid, the newcomer says in a relaxed way, as if talking about a risky shot in billiards, and maybe you'll live to see the dawn. Jimmy takes a step back, his hand sliding in an entirely unsubtle way towards his gun. If you follow through, you'll have to fight all 5. Okay, so there's no way to talk them out of it. It's just an attack sort of thing. Sorry to bother you folks. So there's no way to get that one without fighting, I guess. And we don't want to fight. Nope. So we'll go on over to Medbay. Let her know. Can you give my friend here a few pointers of biotech? 200 credits sounds fine. Faith. Okay. Give her Jimmy's merch. Sarah joggles the severed head in her hands as if it were a kickball. The ocular is trash, but maybe I can salvage the housing. She plugs a small diagnostic tool into the metal stub at the temple. The data jack is still in good shape despite its age. It was installed 2 days prior to the owner's demise, she says, scanning a tiny stream of data on the tool's built-in screen. Typical history on this model would be 3 previous owners and 100 years of service, so this little doodad is basically factory install, nice and clean. I could part with it for 200. That includes plugging it into your school. What am I getting? Direct interference with any direct interface with any computer or network that can't be accessed with a keypad. I couldn't do this job at all without a data jack, not to mention the upgrades. Do you want it or not? I'm a busy woman. That's it, no reward. For walking a couple of blocks, She raises an eyebrow, then shrugs her shoulders and puts a couple of medkits and stims on the table. Stay out of trouble. Okie dokie. We can get another feat for him, I guess. Again, I'm not really sure if I want to bother too much. I'm not sure how much I want to bother with it, but we'll see, I guess. Okay, so let's go ahead and travel to the armory. Go ahead and do this. I think we stole everything we can steal. I think. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. With row after row of gutted depots, the armory stretches before you as a shell of what it once was. The mutineers hit it fast and hard, overrunning the surprise security forces and stripping it of supplies. Weapons and armor meant for the future colony flooded the ship, turning the mutiny into a full-fledged war. The ship Authority held its own in the end, keeping control of the lower decks, but at a great cost that went far beyond the armory's lost supplies. Stay alert. Too many people have disappeared here lately. Yes, we are fully aware of that. Examine the crates, too heavy to move by hand. Thankfully, there is a controller thingy over here, where we can just move them like so. A dust-covered control panel. Few remaining lights indicate that it's still clinging to life. It would take more than a miracle to make it fully operational once again. Faith. You're rewarded with more lights waking up from their century-long slumber. You still have a long way to go, but it's a start. Most functions are still offline, but at least you can see them now. If you ever manage to fix this thing, you would be able to call up a train, provided there are trains left, and use the crane to unload it. Ask Faith to use the crane to move that big container over there. It's blocking the way. The crane comes to life, loudly screeching and protesting as it moves across the ceiling. It grabs the crate but drops it to the floor a few seconds later. No matter, now you can get through. And examine the mummified body. The bionic eye specifically. Not that we'll actually be equipping it probably, but good to have at any rate. Okay, and then we'll squeeze through over here. Several devil frogs are tearing strips of flesh from a long-dead corpse. Judging from the hole in his chest, it was a shotgun blast that did him in, not the frogs. A few years ago, you would never see frogs outside of hydroponics, but the fungi must have driven them out, and now the mutant bastards skulk about wherever they can find rotting garbage, sometimes of the human sort. Luckily, they rarely attack the living, so if you leave them alone, they'll do the same. Unluckily, they're squatting between you and the dead man's pockets, and they're not likely to move without a fight. We don't have a rope. Now that I think about it, I think we need a rope, don't we? I think we need a rope to do something specific if we're going to sneak. So I think we're going to go check and see if we can buy a rope from somebody. I just remembered that because there's an elevator shaft, right? In order to get around some scavengers later on in the armory, we have to have a rope to go down the ladder so we don't have to fight. I think. Let's see if we can find some rope somewhere. No rope here. I doubt Cole's Gadgets has one. Maybe Ape Store? Maybe Ape Store. I feel like there was a rope around here somewhere. Oh yeah, and we never did rob Ape Store, did we? I don't think we did. Yeah, here we go. Here's the rope. It's not very expensive for the rope. I'll go ahead and buy the modules too since we're at it. There we go. That's good. And while we're also at it, we'll just go ahead and steal from him. I think there's one more thing over here. Yeah, we forgot to steal from him, didn't we? I don't think there was anybody else we forgot to steal from. Oh wait, did we go in here and steal from them? I don't think we did. Okay. We didn't go to the promised. We haven't been to the promised land at all, actually. Steal 4. There we go. Do we have steel 6 yet? We do. No, that was lockpick. Yeah, no, we do. We have steel 6. So we'll go over here and steal from this guy as well. If I can find him. This guy right here. And then we'll go back to the armory and proceed from there. A rust-covered panel catches your attention. The faded letters above spell out decontamination. The switch is missing, so you would have to hotwire it if you want to make it work. A deep rumbling sound announces the coming of apocalypse. The panel flashes red, indicating that the decontamination is cancelled for technical reasons, but the foot noise was enough to force the frogs to retreat into the vents. Okay, so I'm assuming that... There we go. And then we can loot the body for that. And then we can squeeze on through over here. Okay, very good. We'll just keep moving forward, get the electronics to fix the control panel. Lockpick this over here. Loot all. Because we're just a loot goblin and we always have to loot everything. You ever think about Earth? Sometimes. Why do you ask? I wonder if this is what Earth looks like now. Remnants of industrial anthills slowly stripped away for resources. They have their problems, we have ours. Okay, and then over here. An expressway down. A rope would come in handy here. Secure the rope and slide down. There we go, and now we don't have to worry about the fight. We just sneak on past those one guys. And then we'll also have to talk these guys out. You spot an odd crate buried under heavy containers. Judging by the glow, the electromagnetic lock is still engaged. Together you manage to move the containers a bit, creating just enough room for someone agile enough to get the crate. Faith? Faith gets the power cell. Very good, friend. And then if we go over there, that's the elevator up, and we don't want to do that, because that leads to a fight. Your destination lies ahead, a triply reinforced door flanked by twin autocannons drawing on a seemingly inexhaustible power supply. No one made it past during the mutiny, and no one's made it past since. Like the proverbial flaming sword outside of Eden, it sits as a guardian, a symbol of ancient strength and the promise of marvels beyond. Unfortunately, someone set up a camp here. either fellow scavs or thugs lying in wait for tourists like you. Hands where I can see 'em, says one of the thugs, a skinny man with a sharp face. Empty your pockets real slow like. Show him the access card. Let me guess, says Sharpface with a knowing smirk. Someone told you this piece of plastic is going to open the magic door and make you rich. You've been played for a fool, girl. This piece of plastic is loaded with circuitry as old as the ship itself. All that's left to do is see if it still works. And if it doesn't? A better question is, what if it does? Behind this door is the biggest payoff on the ship. You can fight me for scraps, or we can open the door and split it 50-50. Or we get blown away by the autocannons, 50-50. Do you want to spend all your life here? If you don't take risk, you'll never get out of this dump. Nobody even knows what's behind that door, shrugs Sharpface, but his body language tells a different story. He wants to believe. What if I told you that everything you knew was a lie? That this so-called ship is just a social experiment, a test to see how long we can handle it? I mean, you don't really think that spaceflight takes hundreds of years, do you? Are you saying? Sharpface stops mid-sentence and shakes his head as if trying to get rid of these thoughts. But the questions remain. Didn't he feel his entire life that there was something wrong with the world? He didn't know what it was, but it was there, like a splinter in his mind, driving him mad. What's behind this door? He asks, his voice hoarse and quiet. I think you know. I think you've always known, and that's what's drawn you here. It's time. For a second there, Sharpface hesitates, but his doubts are gone, replaced by newly acquired faith in the stranger he's just met. Open the door, he commands, letting his men see who's in charge here. As you step within range of the autocannons, the access card vibrates slightly and its indicator light glows green. It's more than a simple access card then, if it can receive and transmit signals. So far, so good. A melodious, if tinny, female voice emerges from everywhere and nowhere. Authorized access device detected. Please approach and insert your authorized access device for further scanning. Cautiously, you approach the door and insert the card into the reader. There's a faint hiss as the card is locked in place, and its indicator light, still jutting out from the slot, now shines blue. Welcome back, Technical Officer Ulysses S. Colton. It has been 117 years since your last visit. The blue light flickers ominously, and a wholly synthetic voice adds, Data anomaly detected. Please wait. Sharpface gives you, well, a sharp look. Less, I told you so, and more, oh God, I was right, wasn't I? He seems ready to bolt, but your gut tells you that's not a good idea. You wait. Please wait, the security OS warns again, but this time in the woman's disembodied voice. A good sign. Sharpface seems to relax, and then, unidentified personnel detected. Deputy Protocol Officer not responsive. Security team unavailable. Sharpface slips his gun out, for whatever good it would do, but then the woman is back again. We apologize for the delay, Technical Officer Ulysses S. Colton. You are authorized to proceed. The blue light stops flickering. The slot hisses and the card gently slides back out. Sharpface gives you a lopsided grin and a raised eyebrow. 50-50, he says. As you pocket the card, the voice adds, due to enhanced security conditions, for your own safety and that of the ship, please remain within the yellow circle for approximately 60 seconds. For the first time, you notice that you're standing in a faded yellow circle with a shallow groove running around it. The groove is already beginning to shimmer as the stasis field sparks to life. It's too late to step out now. The stasis field flares up around you, sealing you in a translucent cylinder. The gun ports flanking the security door open. Within the silence of the stasis field, the massacre takes on a surreal, slightly comedic air. Sharpface gets off 2 useless shots before he and his crew are turned to jelly. Seems he was right after all. Half right, anyway. Seconds later, it's over. The stasis field dissipates and the great door slowly opens. Welcome back, Technical Officer Ulysses S. Colton. Well, isn't that something? So I guess they die due to security protocols, so they just get murderized, like no matter what. So more than likely that one situation doesn't count as it being murdered because there are situations where they end up murdered anyway, so it's like, yeah. A strange machine like a shiny metal tower for gnomes, flanked by four round engines, hovers in a large pit. It looks like a portable reactor of some kind, but much more sophisticated. The only thing you know for certain is that anything mothballed in a stasis field for centuries and layered with security measures must be worth a lot of money, if you can find the right buyer. Use the access card. You swipe the access card and an authentication protocol jumps up on the screen. Ulysses Colton comes through again. He's the best damn partner a person could ask for. Quiet, reliable, and he never gripes about his share. A stylized diagram of the mysterious machine appears, with individual sections called out in different colors. The big bold title at the top provides the most useful bit of information. M-class converter model FC4, whatever that is. The terminal displays two options. Run diagnostics. The stasis field blinks out of existence and the machine begins slowly to awaken. Telltales flicker here and there and the hull hums. Thick columns of data scroll past right to left, too fast to even read if you could understand it. Half a minute later, the important part, all systems functioning within normal parameters. That's good news. Whatever it is, mint condition means a premium price. You touch the screen once to see if there's any further information, and then comes the hitch. The spec diagram reappears, but with 3 yellow flags. If you're reading it correctly, the device needs reactor-grade fuel, a matter converter, and a pre-configured molecular synthesizer. If you don't feel like jumping through those hoops, maybe you can sell it for a Christmas tree. It does grow real nice in the dark. Activate the elevator. The terminal demands a 12-digit passcode to confirm the order. Must be your lucky day. That's pretty much all we can do in the armory right now. So back to the pit, give the electronics guy his thingamabob, and then talk to the one dude, and then we'll go talk to Jonas. Yes, yes, yes. What have you got for me, Jade? Tell him what you found in the armory. A converter, Tanner says, visibly disappointed. Weapons and combat gear are the real meat of this job, stuff I can turn over quickly. Even droids, but ancient half-functioning mystery machines, not so much. Tanner slowly shakes his head, then looks down at the floor. When he's finished his silent debate with himself, he sighs. Well, we've got this far. What do you suggest we do then? Gear designed for the colony is always top-grade tech, but we've got to figure out what the damn thing does. If it converts rocks into iron, then we can call it the ship's biggest paperweight, because rocks are in short supply. But if it does something useful, like turn water into wine, the church will make us living saints. His lips attempt to smile, but give up halfway. The thing's bigger than a shuttle. How can we even move it? Calm yourself, Tanner says tiredly. It took months of my life and some real luck to track down that access card. Now I'm going to get mine back. It has to be worth something, even if we sell it for parts or at worst scrap. So what's the next step? Somebody in the habitat will know what it is, Tanner says with no conviction at all. Start with the local traders, see what they have to say. Pay the archivist a visit too. If anyone knows about outsized colony tech, it'll be those eggheads. How do I get to the habitat? Through the factory. Gangs control the lower decks, but Thy Brother's keepers provide safe passage on the old rail overpass. It'll cost you, of course, but not as much as your life. Well, almost as much. Yep. Yep. Okay, so go to the regulators. Go ahead. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Go ahead and see about robbing these dudes. Sneak 4. I think that we have a good enough sneak, probably. Lockpick, unlock. Oh, we don't. Okay, I see. I may have messed up. I should have sent Faith in here. I should have sent Faith in here. Yeah, I should have sent Faith in there. Oh well. Okay, so. No, I don't want to dismiss Jed. That's not what I wanted to do. Map. Power station. Travel. Zeke, my friend. Out for some air, I found the override module. Great, you're a real lifesaver, Jade. After turning the module over in his hands a couple of times, Zeke plugs it into one of the empty slots. In response, the OS flashes a warning, and the screen briefly goes dark before columns and columns of data begin scrolling past. almost too quickly to follow. Details such as megawatt power allocations, operating reserves, voltage, reactance, thermals, and a few dozen other stats appear and disappear, all expressed in the arcane symbols and terminology of old Earth. It all suggests the secret language of alchemists or some other ancient cult. A generator big enough to power the future colony and keep its essential systems running for decades is a complex machine with countless internal relationships. Several values start to blink a monotonous demand for your attention. You tinker with it a little, but changing one variable has a cascading effect on system stability. Before you know it, the entire board is flashing angrily at you. Faith? By painstakingly adjusting the voltage control, resistance, and reactance values, Faith brings system stability within accepted tolerances, solves the overload puzzle, and magically brings the operating power reserve into the green. At that point, you run a stress test and the generator roars to life without a hiccup. Never would have guessed it was that easy, says Zeke from behind your shoulder. Nothing says thank you like some money. I ain't running a business here. You did this town some good today, but this is all I can spare. He gives you an old electronic module. I'm not trying to get rich at your expense, but if you want me to risk my life again, I need better gear. Rub two fingers together. Fine, here's 200 for your trouble. Thank you, Zeke. Okay, there you go, buddy. Now let's go over here, because we didn't do this either, did we? Gotta go over here and rob this guy as well. Again, a matter of principle. Loot all. Strip for parts. And then if I remember right, the outer gate also has somewhere we can loot. Over here. Okay. So now we need to travel to hydroponics and confront Jonas. So let's go to the Promised Land and go confront Jonas. For a scavenger, Jonas Redford was more successful and more ambitious than most. In order to facilitate more efficient runs into the Mission Control ruins, Jonas set up a base camp at Cargo Hold 3 right next to the action. Such a good idea couldn't remain secret for long, and his fellow scavengers soon began pitching their tents nearby. With its increasing popularity, the camp attracted a growing crowd of traders, whores, and other hangers-on, and people began to see it as a rugged alternative to the habitat, which promised safety but insisted on submission in exchange. At some point, Jonas realized that more money was waiting to be made right there in the pit, as it had come to be called, than out in the wasteland. He opened the Promised Land, the finest and only whorehouse in town, and settled into role as the de facto mayor of this frontier town. You've got some nerve, Jade, says Jonas, putting down his glass. I know why you're here, so say your words and get out. Hold your horses, Jonas. I don't know what you've heard, but I'm here to warn you that Braxton is stirring up some shit. Is he now, says Jonas, showing no surprise. Word on the street is you're working for Braxton. He raises an eyebrow, waiting for an answer. The pit's a free town. If we have to fight to keep our freedom, then fight we shall. Jonas nods, satisfied with your answer. Can I count on you in this fight, then? We need all the help we can get, and then some. I'm with you, of course. I would be geared up for war already if I could afford it. Jonas gives you a hard stare, but reads nothing but the most genuine fake desire to serve him. There's 300 here. You had better be armed to your teeth next time I see you. Thank you kindly. So what do you need me to do? You're going to help us take out the regulators. he says as if resigned to an unpleasant chore that's been let slide too long. They outnumber us, but a certain piece of gear will even the odds. Ever heard of a brainwave disruptor? A grenade? Never seen one, but I've heard it messes with your brain. That it does. It's an anti-riot grenade, Earth-made. It scrambles your brain and makes you forget what you're doing and just stand there taking the air. Braxton will be watching my boys like a hawk, but since you're an unknown, you can fetch it while Sam runs interference. Where am I going to find this thing? Good question. The Earth-made relics aren't exactly common these days, but I bet Cole can point you in the right direction. He sells all kinds of crap. Most of it ship-made, of course, but he also keeps track of who has what. I see. Okay, so we won't worry. So yeah, we'll side with Jonas for this right now. Sounds like a good plan. So we'll go to Cole's Gadgets, and apparently we need to go see if we can get a grenade. Cole. The name's Cole, says the proprietor, a dark-skinned man in his 40s sporting an optical implant and a data jack. What can I do for you, friend? I need a brainwave disruptor. Cole stops stacking and unstacking a pile with loose microchips, then looks at you with real interest. Earth-made relics come pretty dear these days, especially anti-riot gear. The ship authorities shot their whole load at the mutineers. Do you have one or not? Yes and no, says Cole. Reaching below the counter, he produces a small metal globe, the outside of which is covered in intricate designs suggesting a circuit diagram. Twisting it open, he reveals a hollow space in the center of its densely packed electronic innards. It needs a new core. I don't have one in stock, but I know someone who does. I feel like I've heard that story before. The only place to get a replacement core is the factory. The easy pickings there were gone before you were born, but I happened to come into some information. Knowing precisely where they could be located, I sent a man to fetch them for me. Goes by the name Isaiah Davis, but the son of a bitch is smarter than I thought. He got the cores using my tip, but refuses to sell them to me. Cole starts scrubbing at the lens of his left eye with a tiny cloth, waiting for you to figure out what he's asking you to do. So you want me to... I want my 3 cores. Bring them to me and the disruptor is yours. And don't tell me how you obtain them because I don't care. So we have to acquire the disruptor cores. This place is an engine fuel bar in Camptown. Okie dokie. Engine fuel bar in Camptown. Over here. Okay. Beautiful, says Cole, examining the softly glowing cores one by one. Almost reverently, he assembles 3 brainwave disruptors and stops to admire them one last time before handing one to you. I believe our business is concluded, he says formally. If you require the other 2 disruptors, I'll be more than happy to sell them to you. But I have to warn you, they won't come cheap. That's fair enough, friend. That's fair enough. Old Earth tech and all that, yeah? Okay, so now we've got to report to Jonas that we have ourselves a disruptor. Make it quick, Jonas says tiredly. I got the grenades. Jonas nods grimly in acknowledgement. They butchered Samuel. I had sent him to gather more men for the cause, and he walked straight into an ambush. Samuel was with me from the beginning. Now he's dead because of Braxton. Because that prick wants what's mine. I want you to talk to Mercy, he says after a moment's consideration. She's always been loyal to me in the past, but just talk to her for me and make sure she's on our side. Why, did you hear something? I don't have time for this, Jade. Go to Camptown now, but keep your wits about you. The bastards who killed Sam are still there. And if Mercy changed sides, then she's an enemy, ain't she? Jonas says in frustration. Do I have to spell it out for you? Don't expect it to be easy, though. That place is a fortress. Okie dokie. Mercy's fort. Is Mercy expecting you? Asks the guard, taking a break from daydreaming. She'll want to hear what I have to say. The guard hesitates for a moment and steps in aside. Lord's Mercy was her given name. Though he wasn't a priest, her father had called himself a man of scripture and never tired of reminding his only child of God's wrath, his vengeance, his untiring thirst for retribution. If that's what her name meant, Mercy did her best to live up to it. Your arrival interrupts a heated exchange between Mercy and 2 men wearing regulator patches. Mercy glances at you, then at the regulator next to her, weighing her options. It's not too late then. You keep interesting company these days. Maybe I'm evaluating my options. Thinking of joining the losing side for a change. Losing side, scoffs Mercy. The church is backing Braxton's play. Did Braxton tell you that? Or did the chaplain general himself brief on their invasion plans to make sure everything is in order? Anger flashes in Mercy's eyes. For a moment you think she'll go for her gun, but she manages to control herself. You would say just about anything to get me back to Jonas. Wouldn't you? But that doesn't mean I'm wrong, and you know it. Otherwise you would have killed me on sight. Mercy sighs, giving up on the dream. Tell Jonas he can count on me, says Mercy, as always. Okie dokie. Not too hard. What beats do we want now? Okay, so returning to Jonas. Promised Land. I keep wanting to think Jonas isn't at the Promised Land. For some reason I keep thinking that's a church place, not a horror place. 2 very different things. Make it quick, and Mercy's still with you. And I thought I was never going to hear another piece of good news this lifetime. We're going to hit Braxton hard and fast before he can muster up the troops. Mercy's going to tie up his reinforcements while you lead the assault. Caleb can help with stims and ammo if you need it. Since you're putting me on the spot, I have to tell you, fighting isn't really my thing. You picked one hell of a time to reveal that fun fact. Okay, I need you to make sure no one moves to reinforce Braxton. If you're a talker, talk them out of it. If you got some other secret skill, now's the time to put it to use. Okay. The fight for control of the pit won't be easy. You should take your time to prepare and explore the nearby locations first if you haven't done it already. Make it quick. Take the elevator and intercept Braxton's troops before they enter the pit. since I'm not a fighter and whatnot. Use the control panel, I guess. The control panel looks exactly as one would expect after 200 years of disuse. There is, thankfully, one sign of life, a blinking cursor behind a frosting of dust. Even it looks tired. You remove the cover and test the modules one by one. 2 have been fried, the third might be persuaded to do its duty one last time. Faith expertly jerry-rigs the module, bringing it back to life one last time. Judging by the burning smell, it won't last more than 5 minutes. Replace the 2 dead ones. If Founding Fathers did one thing right, it was selecting equipment with modular components. In anticipation of having to rely on inexpert maintenance staff, you blow out the dust of centuries dead modules and insert the spares. The control panel reluctantly returns to humming life. Close the gate. The OS was designed for the lowest common denominator user. The interface has no identification protocols, nor rabbit holes of nested menus. The display says the gate is currently open and offers an easy way to change that. A big glowing button that cries out "Close." Tap the button. Just in time, the regulator patrol was peeping into view on a nearby video feed. The audio plays a stifled siren sound. The 2 functioning emergency lights flash orange a few times, and the gates closes with an irrefutable slam right in front of the regulators. Instead of cursing their hidden adversary, and perhaps offering her their grudging respect, one of the clever bastards pulls out a PDA and jacks into the keypad next to the gate. The results are unnervingly quick. The emergency lights start flashing again, indicating an imminent reversal of your good fortune. Faith manages to stall the program by forcing an object detection subroutine to take another look, which buys a few precious seconds. Since the system wasn't designed to stop hostile forces, there's no way to override the gate's keypad commands. Fortunately, she stumbles upon a decontamination protocol marked as hazardous. The slowly rising gate slams down again, and the regulators disappear in a cloud of decontaminating mist. The system flashes an empty tank icon warning that decontamination failed, although the video feed says otherwise. 2 troopers lay still on the ground, another is puking his guts out, and the 2 with the foresight to wear gas masks are helping them away from the gate. Those who survive won't be back for a fight anytime soon. Best move on. Alright. Return to Jonas. You hold the gate until the distant gunfire dies down and head back to Main Street. The regulators fought to the last man, a brave but futile stand. You watch as a cleanup crew armed with stretchers and mops marches into the bullet-riddled building. The bodies will be fed into the organic recyclers, and all signs of carnage will be gone by the morning. Thus passes worldly glory. Braxton's dead. He lost. But what exactly did we win? I would like to know. We lost a bunch of men we can't replace, on top of the fucking soldiers we hired. Seems like we let the fox right in, don't it? Never mind. Doesn't matter now. What are we going to do next? Jonas absently scratches his beard. Put it behind us and start looking to the myriad of troubles coming on ahead. The Brotherhood will be back to probe our non-existent defenses. The Protectors probably think they own us now. Hell, the Church might even sit down at the table and stick a finger in the pie. Why not? Or maybe if we get real lucky, the 3 of them will show up all at once and sort out their differences with our narrow bit of decking as the battleground. You didn't say anything about what we're going to do. If we want to stay free, we need allies. Real players, not 10 men like Braxton. Free-thinking citizens will never bend the knee to the high and mighty habitat. I want you to travel to the shuttle bay and talk to Mo Jackson. Him and his crew captured it from some raiders a few years back and turned it into a fort. The fact that he's held it since then means Mo can handle anything the ship can throw against him. More than that, Mo's a leader. If we get him on board, others will follow. I'll talk to him. Braxton was his town's only hope, Faith says quietly, as if to herself, and now that hope is gone. Better the devil you know. When they needed Braxton and his regulators to save this town, he was everyone's friend. Now he's the devil nobody wanted to know. He was hired to defend the town, not to rule it. Amen. Braxton would have ruled with an iron fist, and it would have ended in bloodshed sooner or later. Faith nods absently, but doesn't say anything else. Time to move on. Travel to the shuttle bay. Assign a feat. Faith gets another feat. We'll go ahead and do Artful Dodger. No. Opportunist. Sounds good. Evans Jed. Okay. We also should probably go to Old Earth Emporium and use our training token before I forget about it again. Crisis intervention for myself. There we go. And that's good enough. And is apparently 1800. So we won't save on over Bob because that is that'll be our pre-mercy thingy. So we'll do boop. There we go. And that will be it for today. We will resume this on Thursday of next week. Tomorrow, unless something happens, we will be continuing with the pizza game. Maybe we'll figure out how to do some more endings there. Maybe not. There is no guide after all, so we're mostly playing in the dark. But we've been figuring things out slowly but surely. So, what options do we have for the raid? Is there anybody that we have not raided this month? Although it's almost a new month, this is the last day of this month. Oh, there we go. We haven't raided Lady Ariana this month, so we will raid her. She's playing something called Star Wars Battlefield 2, so feel free to copy the raid message I am posting right here. And maybe I will see you tomorrow, friends. Stay safe, stay hydrated, take care of yourselves. Okay? Oh, I said we were going to raid Lady Ariane, but I just went to go look. I just went to go look, and apparently they're already offline. Twitch, of course, just being Twitch. They were online a couple of minutes ago, but now they are not. So no Lady Ariane raid. Let's see who else we have to raid. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Lazy Gobo. We haven't raided her this month. I don't know what lateral damage is, but that we love kitty cats, so we'll raid her. Okay, getting the raid situated. We'll figure this out. There's plenty of cute beans out there we can raid. If this thingy will stop being weird. Lazy Gobbo.